Hello, everyone. I've gone on early because Ashley Benefield hearing is on, so I'm going to go and show that now.
That a bond pending appeal is appropriate in this case, and we're going to present the testimony of 4 witnesses to help establish the Youngins factors. I would note that this was a close case where the jury found Ms. Benefield guilty of a lesser included offense. At some point during their deliberations, they were hung and came back to the court and advised the court of that. And I think they had at least one or more questions for the court. So again, it's our position this is a close case, and that under the circumstances, based mostly on Ms. Benefield's history and characteristics.
Hello, Robin G, by the way. Hello, my darling.
As a person, as well as her strong support from family and community, that she should be granted a bond.
Thank you, sir. State, did you want to make an opening?
No, other than I think the court knows the state's position that we would oppose bond.
Okay. All right, Mr. Fennell.
The next call is Janelle. Please,
Hey, Dana. Dana's Speederman. So the plan is we'll watch this and then we'll zoom the other one.
solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do.
So hope everyone's well. Yeah, I want to watch this. It won't be long, I don't think. So then we'll watch this and then we'll go on to the other trial then. That's the plan. I didn't know this was on today. She's looking good, though. She's looking good. All night long. All
Morning,
night.
ma'am. Let a microphone adjust up, down, left, right if you need it to.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Do you state your full name?
Sure. Jel Kosme.
And how are you employed?
I am a supervised release officer with Manatee County Probation.
How long have you been doing that?
I'm coming up on 10 years.
Do you know the defendant in this case?
I do.
How do you know her?
I was her supervised release officer for 4 years.
How long was Miss Benefield out on bond?
She was out on bond for 4 years with me.
And did you monitor her that entire period?
I did.
Was Ms. Benefield on GPS monitoring when she was released?
The whole time, yes.
Did she ever violate any terms of her monitoring?
She did not.
Did she ever violate any other terms of her release?
She did not.
Did she abide by the terms of her curfew?
Yes, she did.
And did you have any issues with Ms. Benefield otherwise?
I did not.
Did she keep in contact with you?
She did, yes.
Was she honest with you?
I'm sorry.
Was she honest with you?
As far as I know, yes.
Did Ms. Benefield maintain employment while she was out on bond?
She worked for several different employers, but I don't know if it was consistently through the 4 years, but she did have several different jobs.
Were there times during your monitoring period that the court granted Ms. Benefield permission to travel outside of the jurisdiction?
Yes, one time out of state and at least, I believe, 2 times to Orlando.
Did she keep you advised of the details of that travel, including dates, times of when she was leaving or returning and where she would be staying?
Yes, she was very good about communicating those things.
Do you have any reason to believe that Ms. Benefield would be a flight risk if
Hey,
released
hippie
on bond
chick.
pending appeal?
Based on my 4 years with her, I don't have anything that jumps to me thinking that she would flee.
Thank you. No further questions.
Cross.
No question.
Can the witness be excused?
Yes.
State.
Yes.
All right, ma'am, you're excused. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, your next witness.
The defense calls Dr. Barbara Russell.
So for those that just come in, I'm going to show this first and then we're going to zoom the other trial. That's the plan. I did not realize this is on. Basically, all it is today is she's asking to go on bond and be out while her appeal is pending. It's very unlikely, very, very unlikely she will get bond here. But it's a punt, and you never know. Worth a punt. Right, hang on. I need to change the thumbnail on this.
In
That's
the
not doing-
meantime, we'll call Laura Zito.
Laura Zito. Erin, hack. Ole, 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 ole.
Do you
Erin,
solemnly
ha,
swear
ha,
or affirm
ha.
that the testimony you shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Ah, you mofo. You mofo. I didn't even realize it was on. I'm just going to change the thumbnail because no one else knows I'm covering it.
Morning, ma'am. And that does adjust if you need to move it up, down, left, or right.
Hello.
Good morning.
Rah,
Please state your name.
rah.
Laura Zito
Hello,
Where do you
Laura
live?
Zito.
in Manatee County
How
We
long have
love
you
you,
been living
Laura.
in Manatee County?
for 8 years.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a stay-at-home mom.
And
Nothing
how long
new
have you
there,
been
huh?
a stay-at-home mom?
7 years.
How many children do you have?
5.
Oh, wow. 5. Do you know the defendant in this case, Ashley Benefield?
I do.
How long have you known her?
For just over 9 years.
Did you and Ashley spend time together with anyone else? Any other friends in your group?
My husband.
How about
Mm.
other young mothers?
Throughout all the years, it was pretty much us two.
Okay.
Yeah. There are a couple times where we had other people around at gatherings and stuff, but we would hang out together.
Okay. Could you describe for the court who Ashley is as a person?
She is a very genuine, honest, loving, giving, very gentle person.
And have you had the opportunity to observe Ashley as a mother to her daughter?
Yes.
Could you describe how she is with her daughter?
She's very loving, very patient and kind. She's attentive. She's helpful in every way, just always ready to do anything for her.
And have you continued to support Ms. Benefield since the incident in this case?
Yes.
And if she's released on an appellate bond, would you continue to support her?
Yes.
Do you have any reason to believe that Ms. Benefield would be a flight risk?
No.
Thank you. No further questions.
Cross? Hold on, ma'am.
Sorry.
It's all right.
No cross.
All right. Now you're all set.
Thank you.
Hello,
The
Zach.
defense calls Jana Martin.
5 kids, though. Woo! She's been popping them out. Bing, bang, bosh. She looks good, though. Ashley looks good as well, to be fair. Ashley looks better now than when she was on trial.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the
Bow,
testimony
chicka,
you shall
wow,
give shall be
wow.
the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Good morning, Judge White.
Good morning, ma'am. As you sit down and make yourself comfortable,
Yes.
that microphone adjusts up, down, left, right, however you need it.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning,
Could you state your name for the record?
Jana Taylor Martin.
Where do you live?
I live at 2510 Loma Linda Street, Sarasota, Florida.
And how long have you lived in the Sarasota area?
Almost 40 years.
What do you do for a living?
Well, right now I am a missionary and a Bible teacher and a chaplain. But I started out as an elementary school teacher and I sold real estate 40 years.
And do you know Ashley Benefield?
Yes, I do.
How did you meet her?
I met Ashley in 2016 when I was called to do a prayer initiative for President Trump, and she was the coordinator between President Trump and the women that prayed and interceded for him.
And is it your understanding that Ms. Benefield lived in the Bradenton or Sarasota area since 2016?
Yes, she did. She lived first with Barbara Russell, and then after approval, she moved into our guest house, 15 steps from my back door.
And in the time that you've known Ms. Benefield, did she have family and friends in the Manatee County area?
She did.
And did you and Ms. Benefield participate in any church groups?
She was in my Bible study. even her little Emerson that's 7 now, and her mother, Mimi. So yes, she did. And I have been walking with Ashley for 9 years almost.
How often did your Bible study meet?
A weekly.
How many people participated?
It's all women, and it would vary anywhere from 8 to 14, except one time a man came. One man. That was all. And it was just pretty much focused on the Bible and the way to walk with the Lord.
And you mentioned that it was mostly women. Were they women of all ages, from young women to senior citizens?
Yes, they were all ages, and they were from different churches and different walks of life.
And to your knowledge, is Ms. Benefield close friends with any of these people that she met at the Bible study?
Some of them are sitting right there in the courtroom. So the answer is yes.
And do the members of the Bible study, do they continue to support Ms. Benefield?
Yes, not only with love, but they've helped financially also. They've stood with her 100%.
And you mentioned that Ms. Benefield lived with you at some point in your guest house?
Yes, she did.
When did that start, and how many years? was it?
After this happened, after the incident, she was with Barbara Russell. She wasn't allowed to come be with her daughter in Emerson until it was approved by the powers that be. And then they came to our guest house and we prepared it properly. And we met all the regulations for it. And my husband, which I just lost, it was never any cost. We're blessed to be a blessing. We loved having them there. It was a great gift for us to have them. Yeah.
I'm sorry for your loss.
Yeah, me too. He
Um,
was great.
and you kind of mentioned it. Did you charge Ms. Benefield rent?
Never, not one dime. I didn't want it. We wanted her to be there and be safe. And we believe she was.
And at the time that she was living in your guest house, was she working?
She was. Different jobs at different times and always obedient. I remember I have to be here at this time. It was always, she was very obedient about being on time and right. And yes, she did have different jobs.
And could you describe for the court who Ashley is as a person?
She's precious. I've never heard the child say a curse word. She's mature beyond her age. And she had a position with Mr. Trump, whether you liked him or not, that she did a great job. She was obedient. She had a good position. She led the prayer team. And we prayed for months for Donald Trump before he won. She is a lovely, smart, outstanding, godly girl. Is that enough?
Yes, that is enough. Thank you. And did you have the opportunity to observe Ashley as a mother?
Impeccable mother. As a child, I would go to the guest house and she'd be holding Emerson. They'd be talking about dinosaurs. They'd have books. They'd be watching shows. She was an impeccable mother. She put her first. She had her in a ballet. She had her in swimming. She had her in tap. She did everything she could to support Emerson and still is. And I wish she could be with Emerson and supporting her now.
How old is Emerson?
7.
And to your knowledge, did Emerson participate in any programs or activities in the local area?
Absolutely. The Nutcracker with the Sarasota Ballet.
Anything else? Any like?
If I
sports?
may, at my husband's funeral last week, they asked for people to speak. Emerson came up the aisle in her cowboy boots and she took the microphone and she turned around and she said, "I love my Papa Jim. And I understand because my cat died." It's a precious child. She's missing her mother desperately. But I had a smart son. She's bright. She's very, very bright.
Thank you, Ms.
It's
Martin.
just, I know I may be saying too
No,
much.
that's
I'm
okay. I didn't mean to
sorry.
interrupt. If Ms. Benefield is granted an appellate bond, where would she live?
She would live 10 steps from my back door.
Is that in the guest house or somewhere else?
Actually, It's in another house we own next door that's bigger and more room where I think they could be a little more comfortable. The guest house isn't that big.
And would she be living there with anyone else?
Yes,
Would it be?
her
the
mother
daughter?
and Emerson. And it would be no charge.
And how, are they already living there, her mother and Emerson?
They are.
Do you know how long they've been there?
Yes. Whenever Mr. Neil, I don't know, it was around Thanksgiving. Don't hold me to that,
So a
but
couple months.
yeah.
And if the court were to impose conditions of release such as an ankle monitor or curfew, would you help her in complying with those conditions?
Absolutely. 100%.
Do you have any reason to believe that Ms. Benefield poses a flight risk?
Never. Absolutely never. Absolutely never. I believe with all my heart, she would be obedient. She was obedient the last time. I think she would be obedient again.
Just one moment. And would you be willing to be sort of like a custodian for Ms. Benefield? If you notice any violations, would you report them?
Yes, and I'd be a good custodian because I tell the truth and I would be obedient as a custodian. And it would be my honor if the judge's heart would see it. It would be an honor for me to be a custodian at this time. That's going to be hard for me to be alone with. I'd love to be a custodian.
And since Ms. Benefield's arrest, have you been providing her with emotional support?
Yeah,
Will you continue to do so?
absolutely. With prayer, with guidance. And we're going to walk this out. And the Lord rules.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you. Thank you, Judge.
Hold on 1 second. Cross?
No question.
Okay,
Thank
now
you.
you're all set.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Ms. Martin. If it would be possible, if we could try to see if Dr. Barbara Russell is out there now. Yes?
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
God, I do.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Just adjust the microphone however you need.
Okay.
Good morning.
Good morning.
You could please state your name for the record.
Barbara J. Russell.
And what do you do for a living?
I have a mental health practice. I do clinical and forensic evaluations and counseling.
How long have you been doing that?
I'm here in Florida for about 15 years.
Do you know Ashley Benefield?
I do.
When did you meet her?
I met her in the spring of 2020.
What were the circumstances of that?
She came to my office seeking an evaluation.
And how long have you had a professional relationship with Ms. Benefield?
Pretty much ever since then.
And did you continue to communicate with her after the shooting incident in this case?
Yes.
Did Ms. Benefield live with you at some point?
Yes.
Do you recall when about that was?
Late October of 2020.
And how long did she live with you?
Approximately 8 months until her DCF case was resolved.
And why did you allow her to live with you?
Because I don't think I ever could have held my head up high or looked my kids in the face if I didn't. She was severely traumatized after the shooting incident and everything that had happened prior to that. And because of the DCF involvement, she was not allowed to live with her mother and daughter, and she was effectively homeless. The financial abuse in her marriage had robbed her of all financial resources. And I could not abandon a client and say to her, well, good luck sleeping in your car. I hope you get your kid back. It was out of the question.
Did you charge her rent?
No.
Is it fair to say you were trying to help her through a difficult situation to the best of your ability?
Yeah, I had an obligation not to abandon her and to make sure that she was safe and that her daughter's mother continued to be safe.
To your knowledge, how long has Ms. Benefield lived in the Bradenton, Sarasota area?
I believe she moved here, it was like 2012, 2013. She danced for the Sarasota Ballet. She continued to live here after her retirement from the ballet. She did live in South Carolina for a couple of years in the early part of her marriage to Douglas Benefield, and then returned to the Sarasota Bradenton area afterwards.
To your knowledge, does she have any ties to the local community?
Oh yeah, she has many ties in the local community.
How about a church community?
She has a church community. She participates in various Bible studies and she attends a Torah club as well.
What is a Torah club?
It's like another Bible study. It's a weekly gathering and studying of Torah, and she has friends and fellowship in that group as well.
Are you aware of Ms. Benefield participating in any pro bono work?
Yes, she was working for Elite Teams Ministries, doing a variety of things, some youth mentoring as well as social media marketing.
And could you describe for the court who Ashley is as a person?
Ashley is a very loving mother. Ashley is kind. Ashley is compassionate. She's a good moral compass. She's just an all-around great girl.
You mentioned that she's a wonderful mother. To your knowledge, is her daughter involved in any extracurricular activities in the Manatee County area?
Oh yeah, she's been in the ballet for several years. She's participated in swimming lessons and is involved in different, social activities. She has a lot of little friends.
And have you had the chance to observe the impact of Ms. Benefield's absence on Emerson?
Yes, I've seen Emerson a couple of times since her mother's incarceration. She misses her mom. She just wants her mommy to be with her.
And have you assisted Ms. Benefield in getting a job if she is released on bond?
Yes, she has a job waiting for her.
And what is that?
She would be working at Bishop's Aluminum. It's a corporation in Sarasota. They make the aluminum parts for pool cages.
Do you know what her role would be in that?
It would be physical labor. She would be starting out like in the factory doing prefabrication work, and she can move up to assembly.
And since the incident in this case, have you provided emotional support to Ms. Benefield?
Yes,
Will you continue to do so if she's released on bond?
of course.
Do you have any reason to believe that she would flee if released on bond?
No, that's the last thing she would do. She would never abandon her daughter, and Ashley would follow the rules. She would do everything the court told her to do. She is a rule follower. She's always been very structured, methodical. She follows rules. She does things the way they're supposed to be done.
No further questions from the defense.
Cross?
No.
All right, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
Judge, we don't have any other witnesses. We have, with the court's permission, there's several people in the audience here in support of Ms. Benefield who are also willing to act as custodians if the court were to grant a bond and to report any violations they became aware of. We've explained to them that if they were assigned that role and failed to do so, they could be held in contempt. So with the court's permission, I'd simply like them to stand up and state their name for the record.
Okay.
Anyone who's here that is willing to act as a custodian for Ms. Benefield, as we explained, please state your name for the record, starting with you.
Pamela Hagan.
Jane Berge, Susan Berge, Laura Zito,
Michael Zito.
Jana Martin.
Thank you. We don't have any other evidence or testimony, just legal argument.
All right. State, any evidence, witness, or testimony?
Judge, I don't have any evidence. I do have a member of the family that would like to speak.
Okay.
Mr. Tommy Benefield. Yes, yes.
All right. Go ahead.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
This guy is a creepy one.
Statement pursuant to Marcy's law.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor, for hearing from the family today. As has been spoken in court today, it has been over 4 years since the defendant or the convict killed Doug Benefield in a single shot killing that has been a conviction of manslaughter with a firearm. There are two sides to Ashley Benefield that have been portrayed throughout my longtime association, through Doug to Ashley, through all of his business friends and partners who got to see Ashley from the very beginning of the relationship. There are believers, they're in this room and they're elsewhere. And there are people who saw through the actress that we have seen over time. Of that 1,597 days since the killing, she's been out of jail. She was fortunate enough to be allowed out during the COVID time, which allowed her to be on an ankle bracelet and with their daughter from basically 3.5 years old to she'll turn 7 in March. Most of that time, it's almost 90% of the time since the killing, she's been out of jail. She was fortunate enough to get that time. It's clear that the believers, from our point of view, have supported her with money this whole time. But the part of the story that's not told, and I have access to every bank record our family does, even the week before the killing, Doug had to borrow $25,000 to support the move of Ashley, Alicia, and Emerson to Maryland. And it was just a few days before that he needed the money to even move the family, I'll call it, up to Maryland. So for him to be portrayed as not supporting her is just a lie. We have the bank records, we have the money transfers. So many things in this portrayal today is one side of what she can present. But the reality of Doug paying for her counseling, their marital counseling, providing money, paying for clothes purchases, predominantly paying for almost everything that Emerson required up until the time he was killed. The other part of the portrayal today that Doug did not support her and left her destitute, or not that word, but close enough, is that the supporters have made that happen for her. However, the financial support and the jobs that are talked about, I'd love to know, and the family would love to know, the very few times that she worked during that period. And if we remember back to the first case, especially in court testimony, she was allowed to get out with a job, supposedly with her attorney previous to this case and the child custody and divorce case. That job didn't last. There are witnesses from her work period while she was out on bond previously that have a very different story to tell of who Ashley Benefield is. Since the sentencing and her not getting out, they have come forward. So there's a very different picture of
Based on hearsay, now we're talking about what someone else has told him.
It's a Marcy's Law statement.
I want to object to the record and ask the court to make a ruling, please. I respect.
This is not evidentiary. This is not evidentiary.
I understand, and I respect the ruling. For the record, I'd like to rule.
Overruled.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. From the first night that I spent the night in Ashley's mother's home, I believe in the room where Doug was killed. The next morning, I told Doug at coffee I would not stay in the house anymore due to the evil in the house that was not presented, but how I felt about being there. And I went to a hotel that night and stayed. So I've been around Ashley for many years personally. There are other people who, matter of fact, Trip Cormany, who married them. I know for a fact that she can present two ways, and she has throughout this case. And if you believe her, then this is a case of that. She's had the financial support to get through all of these trials and all this time, all of these attorneys, without her paying for them. So I do believe, and the family believes, that she has the ability, especially now that she's been sentenced to the 20 years and 10 years, and she's had financial support all along, that it would be very simple for her to avoid this prison time by having supporters provide money for whatever they say it's going to, and it's very simple to get out of the United States and disappear. We believe as a family, as the supporters of Doug, that she's not the same person now, nor would she necessarily behave the same way as she did in her first bond period for 1,300 days. We do not believe at any point. The last part of what the family, and I'll call it family, is that there is family of hers that would not come forward to speak with us and tell us the truth about how threatened they felt. Direct family of Ashley's, who has now become friends and family of ours, who would not come forward until the sentencing was done for fear of how she would do retribution on them. So her own real family, outside of the people of Emerson and Alicia, but other members of her direct family, don't believe she will stay, and she will stay during the bond for the appeal to be answered. They can't be here today. They still feel that it would be dangerous for them to speak in person. But as a family, we don't believe that she will stay through any bond that she has. She's been out 90% of the time since the killing, and we believe that she's had the benefit of all that time with their daughter from 3.5 to almost 7. It won't hurt to keep her in jail. She should be kept in jail during this period. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. Any other statements?
Judge, I believe that's it.
All right, and no evidence?
No evidence. I just have argument.
All right. I'll consider the evidentiary portion of the case closed, or the hearing closed, and I'm prepared to hear argument. Thank you.
So her co-workers hate her, her family hate her, but
Judge, I'll start by saying I'm certainly.
there's nothing. Like, where are they then? Where's the letters? Where are they now? Come on. I hate all that shit. I hope the judge is like, yeah, whatever. We'll just let him speak. She's not been out of prison, Viv. She's in prison. She's in prison. She's in prison. They're trying to get her out of prison on bail, is what they're trying to do until her appeal. That was his cousin, Robin. That's his cousin.
Feel horrible for Mr. Benefield's loss, but I'd ask the court not to consider the speculation and the hearsay testimony about family members that are not coming forward and individuals that are making statements that can't be substantiated. As it's our position under Rule 3.691 and the Youngins case that Ms. Benefield is entitled to a bond pending appeal. As the court is aware, under the rule and the case law, the defendant is normally, and this is from the Baker case that I provided to the court, it says a convicted defendant should normally be admitted to a bail pending appeal if the appeal is taken in good faith on grounds not frivolous but fairly debatable. So it's normally, this isn't an exception, this isn't a rare occurrence, it's the normal course of business unless there's factors that suggest it's not appropriate. And the good faith requirement for purposes of appeal is simply to raise claims that are non-frivolous on appeal that are fairly debatable. I think ad nauseum, the issues that are going to be raised on appeal have been addressed to the court. I think the court would be hard pressed to find that we don't have any fairly debatable issues. I'm not going to go through all of them. I will just point out that I believe there's a fairly debatable argument that the state's closing argument misrepresented evidence. There's a fairly debatable argument that Juror 15 committed juror misconduct that justified a new trial. There was a significant number of rulings by the court prohibiting introduction of evidence that would have supported Ms. Benefield's defense. We think we have a legitimate argument that the state did not meet their burden of proving beyond a reasonable doubt that Ms. Benefield was not acting in self-defense. So there's a variety of issues that I think meet the very low threshold of fairly debatable. And I'd be surprised if the state disagreed that we meet that standard. Once we meet that standard, we move to the Youngins factors. And there's 4 of those. And the first is the habits of the defendant as to respect for the law. As the court knows from the sentencing hearing, from the PSI, this is Ms. Benefield's first criminal incident. So she has a long life of not being involved in any criminal activity. And we also know from her pretrial services officer that she was a 100% obedient person on pretrial detainee with no issues following the requirements of electronic monitoring, following the requirements of her curfew, following all the requirements established by the court. So it's our position that under the case law, the habits of the defendant as we respect for the law weigh heavily in favor of Ms. Benefield being granted a bond. I don't think there's any evidence to contradict that in any way. The second issue is her local attachments to the community by way of family ties, business, or investments. We've heard testimony from today, and the PSI notes that both Ms. Benefield's mother and daughter live in Sarasota, and that Ms. Benefield has lived in the Sarasota-Bradenton area since at least 2016. She has a home that is being given to her to live in by one of her friends, a longtime friend who testified here today. We also have the testimony of Barbara Russell, who was willing to give Miss Benefield a place to live when she was in a time of need. It's hard for me to imagine a stronger showing of support than providing an individual that doesn't have a place to live at no cost. We have a letter from Reverend Brown indicating that she's strongly involved in the community, in prayer groups, in the Torah Club. We have other testimony about her involvement. It's clear that she is tied to this community by family, friends, and work. We have a letter indicating that she has a job waiting for her, and she's ready and willing to start that job to support herself and her daughter when she's released. The third factor is the severity of the punishment imposed. And I would certainly be disingenuous if I argued with the court that a 20-year sentence is not a lengthy period of time. But the Cooley case from the second DCA, 1998, gives a pretty good discussion of how to weigh the sentencing, the sentence. And in that case, they talked, the trial judge denied bond because Cooley was facing a minimum mandatory sentence. And what the second DCA said is they have the authority, the legislator has the authority to exclude certain crimes or certain conditions from when people could be granted a bond. So if they wanted to, they could say anyone that was sentenced to more than 10 years or anyone that was sentenced to a crime with a firearm is precluded from being granted a bond. As the court is aware in its earlier order on the bond issue, there is actually a statute that lists crimes that you cannot get a bond for. Manslaughter with a firearm is not one of those crimes. So although the 20-year sentence, I would say, does not mitigate in favor of Ms. Benefield, I think the case law, including the Cooley case, indicates that factor alone is not sufficient to justify a bond. Same issue is addressed by the 4th DCA in the Baptiste case.
Baptiste?
Yes, Baptiste, 4th DCA, 2012. They cite back to Cooley and again say the length of the defendant's sentence is not by itself evidence of flight, and that's the purpose of bond, is to prevent flight. The fourth factor is any evidence that Ms. Benefield would be tempted to remove herself from the jurisdiction of the court, and I suggest there's no evidence of that. In fact, we have the contrary. We have 4 years of strict compliance with the rules. We have years and years of compliance with the laws of the United States and Florida. We have numerous individuals in this courtroom willing to act as custodians and to report any violations. All we have is speculation that potentially someone with a 20-year sentence would be tempted to flee. But again, the case law makes it clear that that fact alone, just the sentence, it has to be tied to a specific fact or something else. You need something else besides the sentence to support the denial of a bond. And with the strong support exhibited here today, it's my position that Ms. Benefield, there's no evidence she's likely to flee, and everything she's done up to this point is consistent with her attempting to exonerate herself based on self-defense, and she continues to want to do that through the appellate process and through whatever means she can. There's simply no evidence that she would leave the jurisdiction in this case. Finally, I point the court to the Dooley case from Hillsborough County. It's a similar circumstances as this. Mr. Dooley, and I met Mr. Dooley, so I have personal knowledge of the case. Mr. Dooley was convicted of manslaughter with a firearm based on an incident which he claimed self-defense. And he was sentenced to 8 years in prison at the age of 72. And two different judges, then Judge Ashley Moody and then Judge Barber, granted bonds pending appeal based on the fairly debatable issues and his history of complying with the conditions of his release. It's our position that the circumstances of this case are similar to those in Mr. Dooley's case. And the Dooley case is an example of why an appeal bond exists. The purpose of the appeal bond is twofold. One, if a person has a good faith appeal and they win it, they really don't deserve to serve the time if the appeal is won. And secondly, it's to ensure that they don't flee the jurisdiction. So it's our position that the Dooley case, again, is similar to Ms. Benefield's, and we'd ask, and in that case, they imposed a bond of $100,000 and various conditions, including travel conditions and GPS. We recognize that the bond in this case was $100,000 prior to trial. We recognize that the circumstances are different after trial, and the case law says that it makes some sense for the bond to be a little bit higher following a conviction, because the concerns are different. So we'd ask the court to impose a bond of $150,000 with the same conditions that were imposed pre-trial. To remind the court, Ms. Benefield has previously surrendered her passport. She's perfectly willing and able to submit to GPS monitoring and to have a curfew as she did before. And finally, I'll note that there was at least 2 occasions where the state agreed to Ms. Benefield to travel, once to Orlando and once out of state, where she traveled through various states and went to Maryland and Washington, D.C. And those 2 orders have been entered into evidence. So even the state prior to trial was not concerned about Ms. Benefield fleeing the jurisdiction. And at that point, she was facing a charge of second-degree murder with a firearm, where she could get up to life in prison. So any incentive she had to flee existed then as well. And she remained dedicated to proving her innocence and proving her claim of self-defense. And she remains in that same position today. So we'd ask the court to grant the bond pursuant to those terms.
Thank you, sir. State.
Judge, first I'd like to address the Dooley case that defense brought up, and also to state for the record that I have read all the case law that the defense provided, and I've read through this Dooley paperwork that was provided. I disagree that it's exactly like this case. The Dooley case couldn't be further from the truth. Mr. Dooley was like 72 years old. He shot a stranger in his own home. He was given a supersedious bond and turned himself in when he lost his appeal. And then when it went back where it was going to all start over, they gave him a bond again. So he had already demonstrated after the sentence that he could come back and turn himself in after the appeal. He lost the appeal. So I don't think Dooley is at all analogous to this case. Also, I don't think any of the cases that defense cited, while some of the factors may be similar, I don't think that they are analogous because these things are so fact specific. And most of the cases that the defense cited, the court did not rule with enough specificity or with enough facts. And the appellate courts found their orders to be lacking. So the vast majority of the reasons that these cases were overturned was because the proper factual findings were not made by the court. And that's individual to each case. So the case law says that a denial by the court must be based on record evidence, which the court's been here from the beginning, been to all the hearings, been to the stand your ground, been through the trial. You've gotten a plethora of record evidence that you can draw from. And also the court can consider any reasonable inferences from that evidence or that record evidence. The question is, what are the factors that distinguish this defendant from other defendants that maybe are charged and convicted with manslaughter or manslaughter with a firearm? What is the difference? And that's what I want to concentrate on, because that is the factor of the severity of the sentence and the specific factors of this case. I would agree, the state is not making an argument about the frivolous appeal issue. The state is not making an argument that she does not have ties to the community. There are issues with the fact that while she was out before, she never had consistent work and she always relied on other people to fund her, and she is still relying on other people to fund her. However, but the state's main argument is going to be about the length of the sentence and the specific factors of this case that should tell the court that she is likely not going to show up after she loses an appeal. This case is manslaughter with a firearm. It was not a knee-jerk decision. It was not kids playing in the back of a car with a firearm that accidentally goes off. It was not a homeowner that shoots the pool guy because he thinks he's an intruder. It was not a DUI manslaughter where someone is drunk and accidentally hits someone. This case is very, very different from all of those other manslaughter with a firearm cases. This case is unique. This was the culmination of a 3-year campaign that started when she got pregnant. And the campaign started then, and she kept with that campaign all the way through the day that she killed Doug Benefield. And she not only stuck with that campaign, but she adjusted and she changed and she adapted to the things that were thrown her way. She started, for instance, with an injunction in South Carolina. When that didn't work, she tried to get an injunction here in Florida. When that didn't work with allegations of violence against her, then she started saying there was violence against the child. And when that didn't work, then it was sexual abuse against the child. She adapted her behavior every time the system told her no. This is a very calculated set of behaviors by the defendant. When all other options failed, she shot Doug Benefield to achieve her goal. And we all know the goal was to have sole custody of her child. And I've heard a lot of people today say that Ashley's honest and truthful, but I've also heard, and I think the court's also seen, that there are different sides to the defendant. And I think the court can consider the fact that a different judge, Judge Moreland, in her order before, specifically found that she was not credible. She was dishonest with the court and was not telling the truth. So if the court is to believe these friends of the defendant, the court can also take into consideration that another judge found her to be completely dishonest and not credible. This trial was her last attempt to keep her child. She'd already achieved the goal. She'd gotten rid of Doug. So this trial was her last step. And to be honest with you, I don't think she had an inkling that this court was not going to, or that this jury was not going to believe her. I don't think in a million years she thought she was not going to be able to convince this jury, but she didn't. And after the trial, they told her they did not believe her. Her version of events was not credible, and this absolutely was not self-defense. So when you talk about how she complied with pretrial services and all that before trial, you have to look at it through that lens. She thought she was going to convince this jury, so she complied. She did everything she was supposed to do. She showed up to every court hearing she was supposed to come up to. She kept her ankle monitor on. She did all of that because her end goal was to put her case in front of a jury and win, and everything would be fine. Now Doug's out of the way, and now she has her child. That's the difference in this case, because now her last ditch effort has failed. And the jury has told her no. And she has now been sentenced to 20 years. Her incentive to comply with pretrial services with bond has been removed, completely removed. So the court cannot consider the severity of the sentence alone. I would agree that the case law says you cannot say, well, it's a 20-year sentence, so therefore she might flee. But you are absolutely allowed to consider that sentence in conjunction with the facts of this case. So let's look at the facts of the case. 20-year sentence, the earliest she could be released, roughly, my calculations are correct, with good behavior after 17 years. So that would be in the year 2041. Her daughter is 6. Her daughter would be an adult by the time she got out. Her daughter would be 23 years old. And her entire goal throughout this entire case for years and years and years, and still today, is to be with her daughter. And she knows that if she loses this appeal, she has to turn herself in. She was willing to kill a human being to meet this goal. There is nothing to prevent her, if an appeal comes back not in her favor, from deciding she's not going to present herself. It's actually based on her prior behavior and the prior motivation and the prior calculation. It's actually pretty likely that she would then absent herself from the jurisdiction and from the court to not serve her 20-year sentence. And that is what is different about this case and specific to this case, and the reason that this defendant should not get a bond. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir, rebuttal. Before you start, earlier, you had talked about the Dooley case in Hillsborough.
Yes.
I thought you had talked about another case from the second DCA, but I now see in your packet there's a Cooley. So I think I misunderstood. At one point you were talking about Dooley, and another one you were talking about Cooley.
Cooley is a case from the second DCA where the defendant was convicted of second-degree murder with a firearm and was denied an appeal bond by the trial judge. The second DCA reversed that, and despite the state's argument to the contrary, it wasn't simply because the order wasn't sufficient. It was because the judge improperly considered as it on its own the length of the sentence as a basis to deny the bond. That's why we rely on Cooley, because it's not appropriate under the Youngins test to use that factor alone to deny bond.
I understand. I just want to clarify the
Yes.
record that there's been references to a Dooley, which is 2 trial court orders, and Cooley, which is a second DCA
Yes.
case. All right.
And as far as the state's effort to distinguish Dooley, I want the court to be clear. There was 2 bond orders granting appeal. So although the state's correct that the second time they've already shown that Mr. Dooley could be out on appeal, and it's a unique case because he lost his direct appeal, then I was retained and filed, and he was out on appeal bond while that appeal was pending. I didn't represent him on that appeal. Then I filed an ineffective assistance of appellate counsel under Rule 9141, and they granted us a new appeal. At that time, a second appeal bond was granted. But at the time of the first appeal bond that was granted by Judge Ashley Moody at the time, Mr. Dooley stood in the exact same position that Ms. Benefield stands in here today. It was after a trial where he claimed self-defense, and he was found guilty of manslaughter and was sentenced. And immediately after the sentencing, the judge granted an appeal bond. So the procedural posture is identical, other than the fact that two different judges thought it was appropriate to grant Mr. Dooley an appeal bond. The state spends a long, and I want to note that Ms. Benefield voluntarily surrendered herself the same day the warrant was issued in this case. I'm sure that's reflected in the court file. So there's no difference in her behavior compared to Mr. Dooley's behavior. The state makes a lot of argument about the specific facts of this case. And if you look at the Torpeles case, 2024, 3rd DCA, they talk about the nature of the crime and the circumstances of the instant offense, and say that you really shouldn't consider the nature of the crime, because it says, quote, if the nature of the crime alone were sufficient to deny bond, it would render the fact-finding and application of the Youngin factors irrelevant. State spends a long time talking about this detailed plan, and if you believe the state, this sounds like a first-degree murder case. You know what? The jury didn't find a first-degree murder. They weren't. Ms. Benefield wasn't charged with first-degree murder. She was charged with second-degree murder. The jury rejected that. They did not find depraved mind or malice. They found manslaughter. So, while the state has a theory and speculates that this was a long plan and this was somehow premeditated, we're not allowed to second-guess the jury's verdict. We accept the jury's verdict, and the court needs to rule based on the jury's verdict. It's not the state's opinion that there was a long plan. The jury's verdict is a manslaughter on that date. They have made no findings of fact concerning planning, premeditation, depraved mind. In fact, they rejected depraved mind and malice. This idea that she's been financed by other people, I didn't hear any evidence of that. I'm not aware of any evidence in the record of that. The state cites to, quote, record evidence. I'm not aware of a single piece of record evidence that supports the idea that she's going to flee, other than some speculation by the state that her last-ditch effort was to convince the jury, and she thought she was going to win at trial. I have a difficult time with that. I think most defendants that go to trial expect to win. That's why they're going to trial. So that's not unique to Ms. Benefield. It's not unique that she claims she's innocent. Thousands of trials happen in this courthouse where people go to trial and claim they're innocent. Some were acquitted, some were found guilty as charged, some were found guilty of lesser included offenses. The idea that she went to trial and thought, quote, she could convince the jury she acted in self-defense, number one, that's her right. Number two, again, it's not unique to Ms. Benefield. So I don't agree with the state that that's a legitimate basis to deny bond pending appeal. She has an extraordinary level of support in this community. She has strong issues for appeal. She has a long history of complying with the conditions of release. There's just simply no evidence in the record that she's going to flee except some speculation from the state. So I'd ask the court to grant the bond.
All right. Thank you all very much. I'll take it under advisement and issue a written order.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
I hate that. So we won't know today. Written order, bollocks. But it is what it is. I get it. It's tough. It is this, Amy. Kalabuzu. It is a beard and facial wash. It looks basically it's the same thing that you women put on your face with your men. Squirts on your face. So I thought I'd try it. I fluctuate between that and that beard butter. This is vanilla mango, and that is, I think this is pineapple. It doesn't say. I think it's pineapple. This one is. So, but they're both white. This is just a little bit thicker. Depends the way you like it, Amy. Whether you want it thick or not. Oh, look at my brows. A little bit. All right. Let's get back to the other trial. So, Natalie Cochran, she will be testifying. It's been announced. So, let's go back to where we are. I think the daughter is testifying now. I think. Right, we are about. I think we're about 14, 15 minutes behind. Right, we're about 15, 16 minutes behind. It doesn't wash the. No, this is a different wash. It's like, what do you call it? Just like, just brighten you up, like wake you up a little bit. It's instead of soap and stuff like that, essentially. But no, I don't need to wash my face afterwards. Right. I use all pretty much vegan products now, or healthy. This is why I need more of these in Boston. I need more of these in Boston. Amy, it is fucking smells delicious. If that was squirted on your face, you would love it. You do it every day. Let me just tell you, it is gorgeous. The smell of it. Hello, Ashley. Hello, my darling. How are you? Right. And this, I can't wait. This is a massage. I need to find someone to give me a massage. So that's a butter, vanilla butter. I love vanilla. I like pineapple as well. Hey, Ashley McNamara. Don't eat it. No, I won't eat it. Lick it. Lick it real good. Da 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 da. Lick it real good. Da 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 da. Anyway, I'm not sure if Ashley will be out on bond. It's likely she won't be, but I think they've got a good argument to let her out on bond. Anyway, we are here now, and we are back to this trial. Again, we're about 15, 16 minutes behind, and yeah, she is testifying allegedly. So, but not yet. But she will be testifying at some point. Right, let's get going with this trial then. We can zoom it during the break then. So when the break is on, we'll be a zoom. And over lunch break, we'll put Lawyer Lee on. She's got like an hour and 5-minute video. That should cover us over lunch break then. So, right, if we're ready, strap it in, ladies. Or strap it on, ladies and Dana. And here we go. Let me get it right set in.
Continue in the trial of State of West Virginia versus Natalie Page Cochran. This is case number 23-F-343K. All parties are present, including the defendant. As counsel is aware, Mr. Selden has been stricken by an illness. He is indisposed today. He may be joining us this afternoon or perhaps tomorrow, but he will not be here this morning for certain. I have to confirm with Ms. Cochran on the record that she is comfortable with going forward with one of her attorneys absent. And I ask you directly, Ms. Cochran, is this agreeable with you? Can you go forward with Mr. Victor handling matters in Mr. Selden's absence? All right, so you waive the presence of Mr. Selden, at least for today's purposes.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you very much.
And I would ask that it be announced to the jury, Your Honor, so the jury will notice the absence of.
Indeed, I will. I will certainly do that. All right. Are there any other matters that we need to take up out of the presence of the jury?
State would ask that the equipment be turned on. We anticipate using it today.
Let's do that right away.
Thank you. A no-look shot. Thanks, sir.
Yes, bring in the jury, please.
Sorry, I got sinus issues. So I just had to go and have a bit of a blow.
And I didn't realize that they might be somewhat cold by the time you were served, but a cold chicken biscuit is better than none, right? Well, you're very welcome. Thank you very much for your service, and thank you for being here promptly. The weather is not cooperating. It's freezing cold out there, and you folks are great to be here when you're supposed to. You're very patient and very cooperative. I need to explain to you, we don't have Mr. Selden here this morning. He was stricken with a minor illness yesterday evening. He's going to be okay, but he's indisposed right now. He will not be here this morning. He may be able to join us this afternoon if he feels better, and hopefully he will be here tomorrow. So we will miss him, but just put that out of your mind and don't consider his absence at all in terms of the case. And Mr. Victor will certainly take the lead and proceed on behalf of the defendant. All right. We yesterday evening learned that the state had rested their case. And as I explained to you, they completed the presentation of the state's evidence. Now it is the defense turn to present whatever evidence they would care to proceed with. We will start without further ado with the defense case. And I will ask Mr. Victor to please call his first witness.
The defense will call Brianna Hawley.
Right, I just boosted it for you, Deb. Let's go, everyone. Oh, I can zoom, can I?
Hand, please. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may have a seat right there. All right, if you'll kind of pull that microphone up close, please.
Okay.
Thank you. You may proceed, Mr. Victor.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Hawley, would you please state your name for the record, please?
It is Brianna Michelle Hawley.
What do you do for a living, ma'am?
I'm a registered nurse.
Let me, without any further ado, invite your attention to about 2016 or 2017. What was your profession at that time?
I was a school nurse. I done PRN. I worked at the WVA Medical Center full time, but I did do PRN as a school nurse for Raleigh County Schools.
Just be nosy, but what is that in a nose? What could that be? Because I obviously it's for a medical issue, but what would normally go in there for those of you who are medical background people? Because I don't know. Feeding tube, is that feeding tube? Wow, I've never seen that before. Oh, I've never seen that before. Interesting. Wow, okay.
Do you know
Thank you.
Jennifer Davis?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you know her husband, Christopher?
I know who he is.
Okay.
Yeah.
And they had a child. They have a child by, I will just use the initials, GD. Would that be a fair statement?
Yes.
That child was attending school where you were a nurse, right?
Correct.
Was this child afflicted with any type of medical problems?
Yes, sir.
What was this child afflicted?
He had diabetes.
Type 1?
Yes. Yes, sir.
Since you were a nurse, it's a pretty serious condition.
Very much so.
Does that require, what does it require, the treatment of it or maintenance of it?
So this particular child had an insulin pump to where you can program and it would automatically give insulin. And to the best of my knowledge at that time, he had a continuous glucose monitor, which is also called a CGM.
Okay.
So as a nurse, I would, monitor, provide insulin based off what he ate, and just monitor his care based off his blood sugar.
Do you know Natalie Cochran?
Yes, sir.
How do you know Natalie Cochran?
And Natalie is my husband's first cousin.
Oh, okay. Was there a time when Ms. Davis asked you, or at least advised you, what to do in case of any problems with her child's diabetes?
Yes, sir. In case that I could never get a hold of Jennifer or Chris, then Natalie could be a backup for any questions, concerns, or anything like that.
Natalie Cochran?
Natalie Cochran, yes, sir.
And would she be, why was she selected to be the backup plan for the Davises?
My understanding is because they were friends and Natalie helped Jennifer during his time of his new diagnosis because she better understood it and she was, helped with the plan of care.
Could she administer the medication to this
I
child?
mean, I'm sure she could. It was through an insulin pump. It was not a syringe, but I'm sure she could have.
Okay. So she was the person empowered by, at least selected by the Davises to be a person who would treat this child or help this child in moment of need as far as his diabetes.
So, I mean, as far as my understanding, yes. It's been so many years ago, I don't know if there is paperwork, but that was my understanding with Jennifer that Natalie could be a backup.
Okay. That's all the questions I have.
All right, cross-examination.
State has no questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Very well. May this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
So far as the state's concerned, yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Ms. Hawley. You may step down. You are excused. Call your next witness, please, Mr. Victor.
I will call Nicole Cochran.
I'm on fucking mute. Natalie, so basically, Natalie could be someone to give the son insulin, whether by pump or whatever. So you know how the family, friends, the son, they were talking about he had diabetes, and they don't remember that she had the right to inject him. That nurse there was confirming that there was a record potentially that she remembers that Natalie was allowed to administer medication to the son if they were not available. Essentially leading to the fact of what the defense are going to say is why she had insulin in her house as a backup, just in case she needed to use it. So whether the jury now are going to be like, believe her or believe like the family, but I don't know. But essentially, yeah, that's what the purpose of that was, just to confirm that. Hi, Mark. That she was indeed allowed, as far as the hospital were concerned, to administer insulin to the boy at the time. So yeah, that's what that was. So yeah, hopefully that explains it, Lady Di. I will not confuse you even more. So I presume this is the daughter. Something Cochran, they said. So let's have a look. Right, can zoom. I've not seen Josie today. I've not seen Lisa Reed or Sarah P yet today. Look at Erin Hack holding on the fort here. You know, being a proper mod. Look at her holding down the fort. No Jonathan yet today. Oh, look at that, Stacey. Well, I hope that my explanation would have helped you, Lady Di, but obviously not.
Raise your right hand, please.
Well done, Erin.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? You may have a seat right there.
Okay, so this must be the daughter.
Would you state your name for the record?
Nicole Cochran.
Miss Cochran, you have to speak up.
Nicole Cochran.
Louder.
Nicole Cochran.
If you could just scoot up a little bit closer to the mic, and that'll help.
Do you know Natalie Cochran?
Yes.
How do you know her?
She's my mother.
She's your mother. So you've known her all your life.
Yes.
All right. I'm going to invite your attention to, let's say year 2017, somewhere around that area. Who lived in your house at that time?
My mother, my father, myself, and my brother.
Okay. Who is your father?
Michael Cochran.
And I just want you to use the initials only. Who is your brother?
MAC.
Okay. Amazing. How old is he?
He's 17.
So 5 or 6 years ago, he would have been what? 12, 13?
Yes.
What was your mother's job?
She was a pharmacist.
Okay. Where did she work?
She worked at Access Health.
Okay. Was there a time when she quit being a pharmacist?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember the year?
I believe somewhere between 2016 and 2017, I was in middle school.
Okay. What did your father do for a living?
He worked with technology.
What does that mean?
I'm not entirely sure.
Work with computers?
Yes.
Okay. What was the purpose of working with the computers? Do you know? Do you know?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Let me ask you this. Did your mother and your father ever establish any business?
Yes.
What type of business or businesses did they have in 2016, 17, 18? Do you know?
Technology Management Solutions and Tactical Solutions Group.
Okay. The first business, what did it deal with? Do you know?
It was a form of federal contracts, I believe, that my father would do for technology purposes.
That your father would do, son?
Yes.
Okay. What type of contracts are we talking about?
I believe they were federal and state.
Okay. What were they doing in plain terms? Buying, selling, what were they doing?
To my knowledge, they were buying technology and reselling them, I believe. But
And
I'm
what?
not,
Speak up.
sorry, I believe that they were buying technology and like reselling them through bids for the government, but I'm not entirely sure on the specifics.
Okay. Did you ever witness your father prepare any contracts?
I never saw them, but I always saw him working on his computer, and he would say that that's what he was doing,
Say that he was doing what?
that he was filling out contracts.
Okay. Did your mother do that?
No.
Did your father ever talk to you about his job or his work?
All he would say is that he was doing contracts with the government, but he would never go into too many specifics with me.
Okay. Did you have a nice lifestyle in 2016, 17, 18?
Yes.
Tell us about your lifestyle at that time.
I would say that we were pretty wealthy. In that time frame, my father had just gotten a new car, and we had some new boats.
Some what?
Some new boats.
Boats?
And there was talk about buying a hangar for a plane.
Whose plane was it?
It was Chris Davis's plane, but I believe my father eventually wanted to have his own.
Okay. How about motorcycles? Your father had some, didn't he?
He always had one motorcycle, but during that time we bought some new ATVs.
Okay, ATV. How about that 65 Cobra that we heard so much about?
Yes, that was his new car.
That was his new car. How many houses did you guys have?
We had one that we resided in, and then my father had bought and renovated a house for Chris Davis's aunt, and then we were putting an offer in on a new house for ourselves in Flat Top.
Okay. Did your father also buy an office?
Yes.
Where was that?
It was in Beckley, close towards the park and the Armory, like down that way.
Was life good at that time? Money was pouring in?
Financially, yes.
Financially, yes. Did you guys take any exotic trips? No, exotic.
We went to Paris, and
Who is we?
my mother, my father, myself, and my brother, I got asked on a school trip, so they all came as well.
Okay. And whenever you talk about your brother, please use the initials, okay? All right. How long did you spend in Paris?
We were there for 2 weeks, I believe.
Did you spend a lot of money there?
Yes, my dad wanted to shop a lot.
Okay. What did he shop for?
He mostly wanted to go to luxury stores.
Such as?
Louis Vuitton.
Louis Vuitton. Okay. And did you guys go to Hawaii too?
Yes, but that was when I was in 5th grade. So
Oh, okay.
it was years.
Who paid for that, by the way? I mean, who went? All right, who went to Hawaii?
My mother, my father, myself, and MAC.
Okay. And how long did you stay in Hawaii?
I believe it was a week.
Okay. All right. Did you, in about 2017, 18, 19, did you do some extraordinary things that involved a lot of money?
I would say the new purchases of the cars and the boats and things would be the main circumstances.
Okay. Where was the money coming from? Do you know?
My father always said that it was the contracts, so I just never assumed anything differently.
Okay. I want to ask you something about, well, did your father ever let you know what was happening on his computer, what he was doing? Was he ever telling you what he was working on other than the contracts?
No, he only ever referred to them as the federal and state contracts.
Okay. Was he secretive about it?
With me, yes, I would say.
Okay. I want to ask you about your father's health. Was there a time in 2000, well, from the, let's say 2015, 16, when you were in middle school, how was your father doing health-wise?
He was very agitated and irritated mentally, and he was having a lot of headaches, I would say.
Was he always like that?
No.
No, I'm asking you right now about 2015, 16.
Oh.
Was he normal? Was he abnormal? What?
In that time, he was normal, I would say.
What did he do for fun?
He worked out a lot, and he would participate in like tough man competitions.
He won one, didn't he?
He got 6th place and won at the fair.
Did he pull a tractor one day or something like that?
He pulled a Hummer, like a military vehicle.
In a competition?
Yes.
Did he win?
No, that was the 6th place.
Oh, that was the 6th place. Did he ever want to be a bodybuilder? Or was he a bodybuilder?
I would say that he considered himself to be, but he never participated in competitions such as that.
Oh, he did. Okay. Did he work out a lot?
Yes.
Did he care about his outward appearance, the physique?
Yes, it mattered a lot to him.
How about the image? Did he care about that a lot?
I believe so.
How so?
He would never leave the house without being fully, like, perfect, I would say. And he wanted everyone to think that he was perfect in a sense and strong, I would say.
Okay. Are you familiar with his medication taking?
Yes.
What was he taking his medication for?
Most of what he took was for gaining muscle, like for working out supplements and things.
Okay. What type of medication was he taking? Do you know?
I know that he took steroids, and he took many other supplements, but I don't know the names of the supplements.
Well, Tell us how he did that daily. Did he do it daily?
Yes, every morning.
Every morning. How did he do that?
He would lay all of his pills out on the counter, and there would be so many of them that they would just sit in a whole circle, and it looked like the size of a dinner plate. And then he would scoop them handfuls at a time into his mouth and use the sink water to drain them down. And then he would take the steroids as well.
How many pills were there? Just roughly.
Probably around 40 a day.
And you don't know what they were?
No, I remember a lot of them he got from G&C in the mall.
Okay. Where else did he get them from? Do you know?
He said that he ordered his steroids from Mexico. But I don't know the specifics on the other ones.
He never explained anything else about that Mexico.
No, at first he didn't really want my brother and I to know, but we eventually realized what they were, and he told us.
What were those pills?
They were vials of steroids that he would get from Mexico.
And what would he do with that?
He would take them through a dropper, usually in the mornings.
Did he ever inject?
I'm not sure.
Okay. But you saw him use the medication orally and, well, he used the dropper, and what did he do with the dropper?
He would just put them in. He would put them in his mouth.
Okay. So that would be also oral.
Yes.
Oral. In about 2017, did you start noticing any changes in your father's health?
Yes.
What did you notice?
He was very agitated and angry, more so than not. And he was having a lot of headaches, and he would complain about them frequently, and he wasn't eating as much as he used to.
Did he have back surgery in 2017? Do you remember?
I'm not entirely sure when he had back surgery, but I remember him having it.
Okay. How long did he stay in the hospital for that? Or was it an outpatient?
For the back surgery, I'm not sure.
Okay. Did he like to go to hospitals?
No, he hated them.
What did he tell you about these hospitals?
He considered them to be a waste of his time, and that he never wanted to be in one again.
Okay. Was there ever a time that he had to go to the hospital in 2018? If you recall?
Yes.
He went there for one day at the end of October 2018?
I believe so, yes.
Do you know what prompted his going to the place where he apparently hated, such as the hospitals?
The doctors, I believe, thought that he had a brain tumor.
Okay.
I'm not sure what led for him to be there, like the symptoms.
What did he complain about the time when he first went to the hospital in October of 2018?
I believe it was the headaches.
Headaches.
And some dizziness, maybe.
Dizziness. Did he ever lose consciousness?
Not in my presence that I'm aware of.
Do you know of him losing consciousness?
I believe it did happen. He got very dizzy and then just got really out of it.
Okay. He came back later that day or the next day, but then he had to go to the hospital on November the 2nd, right?
Yes.
What was wrong with him then?
I believe it was the same thing.
He stayed 5 days in the hospital?
I believe so, yes.
Did you visit him in the hospital?
Yes.
Obviously. What did you observe when you were in the hospital?
He seemed kind of out of it, but he was actually really nice. He said some kind things to my brother and I. because he didn't think he would get another chance to.
Is that what he told you?
He told me that he always appreciated my intelligence and that he never told me that, but he wanted me to know it now just in case he never got to say it again.
Did you take it as a farewell to life for him?
I've always considered that to be kind of like my goodbye.
Okay. But he pulled through and he came home, right?
Yes.
And how did he act and behave after he came back to your, well, came back home?
He acted like it never took place, but he was still very angry all the time, and he was still having the same symptoms as before.
Headaches?
Yes, and the dizziness.
Dizziness? Did it ever go away?
Not to my knowledge.
In January of 2019, shortly before his death, how did he behave?
He was kind of acting crazy.
All right.
He was very upset and angry all the time.
Okay. Was he forgetful?
Yes.
What would he forget?
Just little things throughout the day, like what he was doing or things like that. The date.
Did he appear to be in any discomfort?
He complained about the headaches a lot, and I believe the irritability was a symptom of his discomfort.
Okay. Did he ever go to sleep and stayed asleep for a long period of time?
He was always asleep before I left for school, and he would sleep in usually.
Okay. Approaching February of 2019, did his condition improve or did it get worse? Or did it stay the same?
I would say as time went by, it continued to worsen.
Tell us how from your own observations.
As I've mentioned, just how agitated and irritable and the headaches, they just continued to increase more and more, it seemed like.
Did anybody in your family suggest that he go back to the hospital or a doctor or seek medical help or advice?
Many around him were concerned for him.
And was there a suggestion that he go to the hospital?
I'm not sure, but I remember several people wanted him to stop taking his steroids.
Oh, was he taking steroids at that time?
Yes.
Still a plate full of steroids?
A plate full of the medications and then the vials of the steroids.
Okay. And he was still receiving some of those steroids from Mexico, I take it?
Yes.
And he was taking those vials with the pills?
Yes.
And he still worked out?
Yes, pretty frequently.
Could he work out with all those headaches? And
I believe that he still went to the gym, but I don't know the intensity of the workouts as compared to before.
okay. Was there a time in February, right before February the 6th, that you believe that he felt the worst?
Yes.
What was the was there any new condition or all the conditions that he had so far worsened? What was happening?
They were worsening and his appetite was continuing to decrease.
So he wouldn't eat?
He would not eat as much as he used to.
Okay. And yet he took the steroids and whatever substances he was using.
Yes.
Anabolics, was he ever using anabolics? Do you know?
I'm not really sure what anabolics are.
Okay. Do you know any names of the substances that he was using?
No, but I know what they look like.
Where did he keep those substances?
Above the place on the counter where he would take his medicine, we had 2 cabinets. We had one that was for all of our prescription meds for the family, and his were in there. And then he had a larger cabinet filled with protein powders, supplements, and the boxes of the steroids.
He had his own cabinet?
Yes.
Did anybody have access to that cabinet?
Yes, we could open it, but we knew not to take any of his things.
You couldn't touch any of his things, right?
Yes, unless he told us we could, like for protein powder or something.
Okay. The day before your father collapsed, how did he feel? Do you recall that day?
He was still feeling all the symptoms, the irritability, the headaches, the dizziness, the lack of appetite. But at that point, it just kind of seemed like a normal thing because he had been feeling them for so long.
Was he forgetful more than usual?
Yes, I would say that continued to happen.
What did he forget then? What did he forget?
He
To
would,
do things? To what?
yes, to do things, and he would forget about saying certain things, or I'm trying to remember specifics. Sorry.
Okay.
um,
The day before your father collapsed was also the day when your mother went to a doctor, right?
yes,
What was wrong with your mother?
I believe she was sick.
What was she sick with? Do you know?
I think that she was throwing up, if I remember correctly.
That she was doing what? Speak
Sorry.
up.
I think that she was throwing up, if I remember correctly. I'm not entirely sure.
She wasn't exactly a model of health either, was she?
No,
What was wrong with her?
she had been in like cancer. She had had cancer.
Well, did she have any problems with her heart?
Yes,
Was she on some type of device that is attached to her
yes,
to monitor her heart rate and all of that?
yes,
She's still on it until today, isn't she?
yes,
All right. Well, when she had those heart problems, she went to all kinds of doctors, right?
yes,
And there was a suggestion that she might be afflicted with cancer at one point, right?
yes.
Do you know whether she went to Cleveland Clinic for that?
Yes, I believe that was the name of it.
Did they reject her for lack of insurance? Do you know?
I wasn't aware.
Okay. Do you know whether she went to Duke?
Yes,
Okay. And she was seeking cancer treatment from Duke? Is that what?
yes, they believe she had some type of blood cancer, I think.
Okay. Were you concerned about it?
Yes,
And of course you were concerned about it. Well, the day before your father collapsed, she went to a doctor, and what did the doctor do with her? Did he give her any medication? What do you know about that?
I'm not sure.
Okay. What did she, how was your mother acting the day before your father collapsed? How sick was she, to your knowledge?
I believe she was pretty sick.
Okay. You said she was throwing up?
Yes.
She have a fever?
I'm not sure
Did she
about.
stay in bed?
Yes, that wasn't uncommon though with the cancer for her.
All right. She was supposed to fly to Virginia the next day, right? Did you know anything about that?
I can't recall.
Okay. How did she feel the next day when you woke up? How did your mother feel the next day?
I believe she was still pretty sick.
Okay. All right. When you came and you went to school that day, right?
Yes.
And your brother also went to school, right?
Yes.
When you came home, who was at your residence?
My mother and the Hamiltons.
Okay. Anybody else that you recall?
I believe it was just them when I came home, but I'm not entirely sure.
Did anybody else show up later?
Yes.
Who was that?
Mr. Treadway, Chris Davis came, and then my aunt Penny, I believe.
Okay. All right. And at 4:00 in the afternoon, the decision was made to do what with your father? Well, let me strike that. Your father was asleep?
Yes.
Did he snore?
Yes.
Okay. That was similar to the first time when he went to the hospital in November, right?
I believe so.
But in November, he woke up, right?
Yes.
Okay. So now he's asleep, he's on the couch, right?
Yes.
About 4:00 in the afternoon. Well, what time did you get home, by the way?
We rode the bus, so it was probably around 2:45 and 3.
Okay. And around 4:00, it was decided he was going to the hospital.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Was your father a happy man?
No.
When was the happiest that you ever saw him?
When we had money. When he believed he was going to get paid, I would say.
What was Natalie's reaction after Michael passed away?
She was very distraught.
Would it be a fair statement that Natalie loved Michael with all her heart?
Yes.
Right? That's all the questions I have of this witness.
Cross-examination.
Thank you, Honor. Ms. Cochran, you've had a very tough last few years. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
When you went from trips to Paris, trips to Hawaii, to having to move out of your house, that has been very hard on you, hasn't it?
Yes.
In 2019, in February 2019, what grade were you in?
8th grade.
8th grade. Okay. And you were how old?
12 or 13.
Okay. Did you always take the bus, or did one of your parents or somebody else take you to school?
Usually my mother would take me to school.
Okay. And then you and your brother would ride the bus home?
It just depended on the day.
So sometimes she would come and pick you up?
Yes.
Is there anybody else that transported you?
Sometimes my babysitters would pick us up from school.
Okay. And what school did your brother go to at that time?
I believe we both went to Shady Middle.
Okay. Have you met with this gentleman right here, Mr. Jones?
Yes.
Did he interview you? Did he take, what are you going to say? Did he ask you that?
He asked me about questions during that time.
Okay. Did he record anything from you or write anything down? Information you gave him?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Your Honor, under Rule 612, if the defense has a statement of this witness, we'd like it, please.
All right. Is there a statement, Mr. Victor? Would you confer with your investigator?
No, Your Honor. The only time my investigator talked to the this witness was in our office.
Does he have any notes from that? Okay. You're in middle school and you don't really know what your dad does for a living, but he told you he does something with contracts. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And your mom had left her job as a pharmacist how long before your dad started these contracts?
It was after.
Do you know when your mom stopped working as a pharmacist?
I want to say I was in 7th grade, but I'm not entirely sure.
Fair enough. Do you know what your mom made as a pharmacist?
I know she made good money.
To you, that means what?
I believe it was over $80,000 a year.
And she left that job to do what for a living?
My father asked her to leave her job
To do what?
to stay at home and to assist him, but I never saw her do so.
So she had, as far as you know, she had nothing to do with your dad's businesses. Is that what you're saying?
I never saw her do anything, no.
Okay. And in fairness, you never really saw your dad do anything. He just said to you, I'm working on contracts.
I saw him constantly on his computer and making phone calls.
But you don't know what he was doing.
He told me that they were federal and state contracts.
Okay. And he said, I'm federal and state contracts. What did he say to you?
I am working on contracts.
I am working on contracts. And how many times did he tell you that?
He did it every day.
How many times did he tell you he did that?
Anytime I asked.
How many times did you ask him?
Frequently.
Frequently. Okay. So you're intimately involved with your dad's conversations over his contracts. You don't know what he does for a living, but you know about him doing contracts. And your mom had nothing to do with that business as far as you know. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. You're in college now?
Yes.
Where do you go to school?
Concord University.
Okay. What year are you?
It's my second year, but I'm considered a junior.
Okay. Well, your intelligence has been noted, so you're ahead of some of your incoming freshman class. What's your concentration? What's your major?
Accounting and finance.
Do you stress out over finals, or are you just so ahead of the game that doesn't bother you at all?
I know how to study, so I just make sure I have enough time to do so.
Okay. You know some of your friends that don't take that approach and maybe get a little uneasy around finals time?
My friends are pretty similar to me, I would say.
So you wouldn't know anything about stress of finals or any of that stuff?
I understand stress, but I don't stress over finals usually.
Okay. You understand stress. Would it be fair to say that your dad was acting like a man who was under stress when you answered defense questions about how he was doing and feeling?
I would consider him agitated. Yes.
Agitated. Under stress?
I don't know the cause of the agitation.
Okay, fair enough. You went to school on the date that your dad collapsed at the normal time?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay, what would the normal time be?
We would normally get to school around 7:15.
And from your house on 4H Lake Road to the school, how many minutes on a normal day would that be?
Probably 25 with school traffic.
Yeah, that'd actually be pretty good. So you left your house at 10 to 7, something like that? Would that be about the normal time you would do that?
I'm not entirely sure.
Okay. And on the 6th of February, 2019, which is the date your dad collapsed, your mom took you to school, correct?
I'm not entirely sure.
Okay. Somehow you got there. You don't quite remember. That was a long time ago. But you don't remember when you got there, but you did get to school. Yes?
Yes.
And you returned on the bus, and it's about, you don't specifically remember that date, but it was about 2:45. Is that right?
Likely, yes.
Okay. When you got to your house, where was your dad physically at that time?
He was on the couch.
And your mom was there, and who else was there when you got home from school?
My mother and the Hamiltons.
Both Hamiltons.
John and Stephanie, yes.
Okay. And did they stay for the rest of the evening, or did they leave shortly after you got home?
I believe they were there for a little while, but I'm not entirely sure on the specifics.
Fair enough. Who's Penny Carico?
She's my aunt.
Did you call her that day and say, hey, we need some help?
I don't really remember that.
Okay. At some point, Penny Carico came to your house, correct?
Yes.
This is not designed in any way to embarrass you, but were you present when your dad lost control of his bladder? Or had that already happened by the time you got there?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Did you help change your dad's clothes or anything?
I'm sorry, I'm not sure.
That's fine. You indicated that about 4 o'clock they took your dad to the hospital. Is that what you remember?
That seems right, yes.
Okay. If there's some information that it was actually a couple hours later than that, would you dispute that?
I wasn't very concerned with the time during that time.
Sure. Did Chris Davis come over to your house before they took your dad to the hospital?
I remember him being there, but I don't remember what time.
Who took care of you and your brother when your folks went to the hospital that day?
I don't remember that day who took us specifically, but I remember while I was in the hospital, we stayed with both of my grandparents on different circumstances and my aunt, I believe.
Same one we were talking about, Miss Carico?
Yes.
Were you present at your house when somebody decided we've got to take your dad to the hospital?
Yes.
Okay. And at that point, do you remember who else was in your house besides your mom and dad, you? Were the Hamiltons still there?
I remember many people were there, but I don't remember if they were still there or not.
Okay. You indicated Mr. Treadway was there.
I believe so, yes.
Were you actually present when your dad was taken to a car and they went to the hospital, or had you already left by then?
I think I was present.
Okay. Let's go back briefly to your dad's business, or what you describe as your dad's business. You know what his end of the was, but as far as you know, your mom had nothing to do with it. Is that what you understand?
Yes.
Okay. And so if there were bunches of messages where your mom was telling people, here's what's going on with the business, here's when you're going to get paid, can you invest in this, can you invest, those types of, you would know nothing about that. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Could I have just a moment, please, Jana?
Sure.
Who's that? What's your grandma or your mom's name?
Daphne.
What's her last name? I'm
Daphne Jessup.
sorry. Okay. Did she come over to your house that day while you were there?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Do you know if your mom communicated with her by phone or text or anything?
I'm not sure.
Okay. So if a message went from your mom to your grandma that said, Nick and I are enjoying a little girl couch time at about 4 o'clock that evening, you wouldn't know anything about that?
I'm not sure.
Do you remember enjoying some girl time with your mom at 4 o'clock on February the 6th, 2019?
We both sat with my father. Yes.
That's all the questions the state has. Thank you.
May confer with counsel.
Sure.
Thank you.
All right, redirect Ms. Victor.
In 2019, how old were you? Just give us some good math.
13, I believe.
On February the 6th, when your father was unconscious, I presume, or sleeping, or has already fell on the ground, were you concerned about who was in the house?
Not really.
Were you concerned about your father?
Yes.
Now, prosecutor asked you about asking your dad about the contracts or what he was doing.
Just in case people think I'm not here, I am here. I'm just cleaning my ears. It's great, this thing is. I can clean my ears on my phone. Trying to see if that'll help me. So I am here. Just didn't want to clean my ears in front of all of you. It's not the nicest thing in the world, I know.
Would you agree with me that your father sometimes paid less attention to you than your brother?
Yes.
Would you say that you were perhaps that you were starved for his attention?
Yes.
And you wanted his attention by asking him first what the heck he was doing, right?
Yes.
But he never really took the bait and never really talked to you about anything else other than giving you the answer, I'm working on the contracts, right?
Yes.
That's all.
Can I ask one more?
Sure, go ahead.
I should have asked you this before, and I'm sorry, but you indicated that your dad was his happiest when he was getting money. Wouldn't it be when he thought he was going to get some money?
Can you restate the question?
Sure. You indicated that your dad was at his happiest when he was getting some money. Is that what you remember saying?
Yes.
Okay. Was he also happy when he thought he was going to be getting some money?
Yes.
That's all, Your Honor. Thank you.
Anything further, Mr. Victor?
For a 13-year-old, did you understand the word investors?
Vaguely, I would say.
Did your father ever use that word, investors?
Yes.
What did he tell you about the investors, if you remember?
He would never say it to me directly, but he would just talk about paying the investors.
Paying the investor.
Yes.
Okay. And even though you're now a future accounting genius, did you understand what he meant by that?
I would say fairly well, yes.
Well, what did you understand by that? Then,
That there were individuals investing in the company and he needed to pay them back.
okay. Did you ever see any documents that your father would show you? The company documents, the spreadsheets, anything that had to do with income and outlay of money.
I had seen him working on a spreadsheet, but I wasn't told what it was.
Okay, you don't remember the details, what was on those spreadsheets.
No, I wasn't allowed to really see a lot.
Why weren't you allowed to see?
We just didn't get along.
Your father wouldn't let you see what he was working on?
No, sir.
Okay, all right, that's all.
Anything further, Mr. Truman?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, may this witness be excused?
So far as the state's concerned.
Yes, Your Honor.
You may step down, Ms. Cochran. You are excused. Members of the jury, this is an opportune time for us to take our mid-morning break, and we will do so. Please do not discuss the case among yourselves or with anyone else. Please refrain from viewing, listening, or watching any accounts of this trial. And we'll break for about 10 or 15 minutes. You may go with the bailiff. Let me inquire of the defense if the next witness might be the juvenile. Okay.
I anticipate calling Penny Carico.
All right. Can you alert me so that I can alert the media as to when the juvenile might be called?
Certainly, sir.
And for the benefit of the media folks in the back, we do have a juvenile witness that is slated to
No worries.
testify.
Rehab.
And I don't
Oh,
want his face portrayed or shown on camera or on screen. And I don't know whether you have the ability to blur that out or not. If you can, please do that. If you can't do that, please show something else on screen. Audio is okay.
Right, let's skip now then to the come back. No worries at all, Rehab. Sorry, people, I was cleaning my ears. I got a sinus infection of some sort, but after looking at my ears, I got fucking shit tons of wax as well. So, but my camera's now run out. I'm trying to charge it. I'm not sure if my camera will work. It looks like it's working, but that's his parents there, the deceased. That would have been tough for them to listen to the granddaughter like that. There she is. She's back. So I wonder, they must be her friends then. Or cousins or something. She's like, well, we've zoomed to this as far as we can. So cousin and friend, there you go. Right, I can't do my ears anymore, but I got tons of wax out. But I think I broke the camera. That's the only problem. Which sucks. Not as good as you guys sucking, but this sucks. Not literally, it doesn't suck, but you know what I mean. But I know Mexi, you were supposed to get one of these. I'm not sure if Mexi Texi got one. It's really handy. It's really good, actually. But I think I broke it now, so not so good anymore. Right, let's have a look at. So it's not the juvenile next. We'll see who the juvenile is after that. Poor girl. Do you know what I mean? Having to sit through that and do that. Some of the questioning from the prosecution, I'm not really entirely sure if it's appropriate. We need to know about him soiling himself. I'm not really sure. We need to know that, or to ask her even. So that must be her mother, Natalie's mother, then next to them. So presume that they went to live with her mother, I presume then. And that's the only logical thing I can think of. Because the other one's still 17. She's 19, I believe, so she must be going away in college or something like that now. Oh, I don't know. Happy days. Also, here we go. Oh, it's good, I think, Mexi. I thought you might got one. It is good, though. But I just broke mine just now.
All right, do we have any matters to take up at this time out of the presence of the jury?
Your Honor, based upon our off-the-record discussion in the court's office, the state was under the impression that they were going to try and move Dr. Dragovich's testimony from tomorrow to Monday. That's the
I
state's
didn't want to
understanding.
alert the jury to that fact right away.
That's all.
I did not want a mutiny on our hands.
Well,
So we're going to wait and see what happens. We might have Stanley Selden appear suddenly this afternoon, and he may have different ideas.
thank you.
We'll see what develops. And we still have a lot of witnesses to cover today. We may run over till tomorrow. I've learned never to anticipate. All right, anything else?
Day off tomorrow would be nice.
No, Your Honor. Bring in the jury.
If we got one day off tomorrow, that's fine by me. Use it, Mexi. See what you think of it. I think that I need to buy a new one, though. Just be careful you don't poke it all the way in. That's what she said. Hey, oi, oi. It's it can be a little bit sensitive on the ears. Make sure you put the blue blue covering on the tip, like a condom. Make sure you put the blue. Oh shit! I've lost it. No, I got it. The blue cover condom on the tip. Just make sure you do that, or make sure it's on there. Safety first, yeah. For your ears, safety. Oh shit! I dropped it. I just dropped it all. Anyway, here they go. I saw Brian Colberg was on yesterday as well. I'm not sure what happened there. If Hackster knows what happened in court yesterday, and he's on again today. I will not be streaming it, but somebody will be.
All right, we continue with the defendant's case. You may call your next witness, Mr. Victor.
I'd like to call Penny Carico.
I wish the judge would go home. Right, Mr. Penguin, you can. I mean, Mr. Victor. Sorry, apologies. Don't worry, I'll shut up now. Chat. Every time I come on, chat just goes quiet. Then it's like, who's this one? We'll find out now.
If you'll raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may have a seat there.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Victor.
Thank you, Your Honor. Would you state your name for the record, please?
My name is Penny Lowry.
All right. That's what I was going to ask you. Were you known at some point as Penny Carico?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you're one and the same person.
Yes,
Okay. Lowry is your married name, ma'am?
it is.
Okay. I want to ask you whether you know the defendant, Natalie Cochran.
I do.
How do you know Natalie?
I'm her older sister.
Then I presume you know her late husband, or you knew her late husband, Michael Cochran,
Absolutely, yes.
and their children.
Yes.
How well did you know Penny? I mean, Penny, please. How long did you know Natalie?
Oh, I mean, she's, my whole life. I was 12 years old, I think, when she was born.
Okay. She is Natalie Page, right?
Correct.
And you're Penny. Okay.
Yes.
All right. Did you maintain very close contact with Natalie and her family?
Yes.
throughout your life?
Yes.
Did you socialize other than in family settings?
Yes.
What would you do?
They've been on vacation with me before. I mean, we'd do dinners, we'd go to their house, we'd been at the beach, things like that.
Normal family things?
Oh, yes, absolutely.
And then additional vacations, outings,
Yes.
going out.
My daughter went a lot of places with them.
Okay. Let me cut to the chase. Did you know that Michael Cochran was using any substances?
Yes.
What was he using? What kind of substances was he using?
I don't really know what they were, but he had a lot of things in cabinets and on the counter and stuff. He took stuff. I usually saw him take them in the mornings when I was there.
What was he using those substances for?
To be buffer, bigger, to be stronger.
Why did he want to be stronger or buffer?
He just wanted to. He fought in tough man contests, and that's just the way he liked to be. But he fought in the tough man contest and things like that.
Did he care about his physical appearance?
Yes, yes.
Okay. And was he trying to be an athlete? Is that what it was?
I don't know so much an athlete as he just wanted to look that way.
How about a bodybuilder?
I don't know if I would call it that. He wanted his body to look that way, but I don't know that he wanted to be a bodybuilder. But he did like fighting, like kickboxing, things like that.
Okay. How long did you observe Michael Cochran take all these substances?
Years. It'd been years since I've known, since they were together.
Have you ever been able to determine what these substances were?
No, sir. I never asked him. I would just say, please stop. And he'd just, laugh at me.
How frequently did you observe Michael and these substances?
I've known him. I guess I've known him since they've been together, since they were in high school. So it was often, but I don't really have an amount of time. But it was several times.
How many pills? Pills were those pills that he was taking?
Pills, and I remember him doing mixing a bunch of stuff to drink and powders and things along those lines.
Did he also inject anything?
I only saw that one time, and they were at the beach with us. And I came out of my bedroom, and he was in the kitchen. And I can remember the kids they were young enough, they slept together on the sofa bed. And I was sitting on their bed, and he was in the kitchen. I saw him do an injection.
Did you ever see him take insulin?
I don't know what he took.
Okay.
I mean, if that was one of the things, I wouldn't know. I didn't know the names of any of this stuff.
Okay. Whatever was he telling you about all these substances?
He really never told me anything. I said, you please stop that. You've got to stop that. It's not good for you. And he would just
he would always just laugh and, say, oh, you're retarded, Penny. It's okay. Or, and one time I told my nephew, I said, please don't ever do that, what your dad's doing. And he would laugh at me. I mean, he wanted to be strong.
Okay. How many pills at a time?
I couldn't tell you.
Well, you said that he laid out something on.
Yeah, well, he had a whole counter full of stuff and a cabinet. And I mean, there was a lot. I don't know how much he took at once, or, I mean, when, I just saw the times that I was there. Usually when I saw him was in the mornings.
Do you know where these pills came from?
I do not.
Okay. Did you ever see any packages delivered to their house, or?
I've seen packages delivered to their house, but I couldn't tell you what were in them.
Then you don't know whether these were pills or anything.
No.
Okay. Now, I want to ask you whether you observe Michael's health over the last, say, 3 years of his life.
Have I observed it?
Have you observed his demeanor, his health, his general appearance?
Yes.
Well, tell the jury about it. Starting, say, in 2017, when he had, well, I understand he had a back surgery.
A back surgery?
Right.
I don't even really recall that. I know that there was a time he got really sick, and we thought it might be mold because he'd worked under the house. They have an older house, and he'd worked in some old houses. And he would tell me that he was just dizzy and felt foggy all the time, or that he just couldn't think. And then the same way I observed him during, when he passed away, he had done that before, and I had seen him in the hospital. I mean, he would throw up, and what I thought, I would just be speculating, but I thought it looked more like seizure activity.
Okay. Did you ever see him on these occasions that you mentioned when he went to the hospital? I presume that was in October and November 2018.
I can't remember the dates, but I think so, yes.
And then in February of 2019.
Yes.
Did you ever see him sick on any other occasions?
Not anything that was abnormal. He was sick, or he would say he felt bad, or but typically what I would consider myself sick, he would have days that he would be throwing up or things like that. But the main occasion was that one in October and November.
Did his health improve, or did it get worse?
It got worse.
Tell us about, say, right before he went to the hospital in November of 2018. What did you observe of him?
Just that I really thought something was wrong with their house, because the kids even had like a lot of runny noses and stuff. But he would just say, he couldn't think clear. He wouldn't remember things. And I'd say, well, do you remember? I would say, I don't know. We'd be talking about something. I'd say, well, it's this. He said, well, I couldn't think of it. Or, and I just, he just seemed different. He would get angrier, and we just thought he had a lot of mold poisoning.
When he came out of the hospital in November 2018, what was he like? How did he act?
He came through, and he seemed like he was going to be fine. He was like he was before. He was just himself. The same way. He was still foggy, and I told him, I said, you've got to quit taking this stuff.
Okay. And and what was his response? Retarded Penny? Is that what he said?
No, not that time. He had before. He'd always laugh at me and just say, "Oh, Penny," And he I don't even remember what he said that time, because I'd say it to him a lot. I'd say, "You've got to stop." And I didn't want Ashton, his son, to start that habit of.
Let's use the initials for the son. Well, did he ever? Well, when he came out of the hospital, did he express his liking or disliking hospitals?
He was mad. He told me, he said, if you ever do that to me again, if any of you all ever do that to me again, he said, I will be furious with you. I'll never forgive you. He said, I do not want to wake up again in the hospital.
Okay. Did you ever observe him work on any contracts or anything in his business? Do you have any knowledge of that?
I mean, I knew they did contracts. I didn't see him like sitting at a desk working on them, but we had talked about them some.
Well, what did he tell you about his work?
The conversations that I can remember with him, I remember one time we were at his son's football practice, and I was a principal at a school at a time, and I said, if things keep going well, would you consider donating some, he liked, physical activity. I said, would you consider donating some stuff to my school? And he said, yeah. He said, why don't you do some of these too? He said, there's a lot of educational ones we can help you find, and you can work on them as well. And there were a few times he had signed checks to give to me that when when they owed me money.
Did he ever tell you anything about being a gun dealer?
I don't know that he told me, but I knew they were.
Well, what did he tell you?
I don't know how I knew or if he told me, but I just know they had gotten a license to deal with arms. And then they started that business. Well, they bought a location, and then they started fixing that up for, I think he called it Tactical Solutions.
Did he ever tell you that he sold many guns to the government?
I don't recall if he told me that.
Okay. Did he ever tell you that he dealt with the government?
Yes.
And what do you recall him saying?
Just that they were doing government contracts, that was, that's what they were doing now, and that was their, that was their job, basically. He just told me that's what they were doing.
Tell us about, did you know anything about their financial situation?
What do you mean exactly?
How did they live? Did they live modestly? Did they live in luxury? How did they live?
I would say between modest and luxury. I wouldn't call it luxurious, but they lived, I felt, better than I did. But,
okay.
They got to do a lot of things. They had a nice home. They had nice vehicles. I didn't know their financial status per se. I never asked, but they lived well.
Well, they buying any boats or anything like that? Do you know anything about that?
They were going to. I think they looked at a boat or were going to buy a boat. I'm not sure if they ended up doing that, but they were buying some things, yes.
He had plenty of motorcycles, from what I remember.
I remember one motorcycle. I don't know how many he had. And he had a sports car and a truck.
How about did they buy any other properties?
Well, they bought the business. I think it was I call it Eisenhower. They bought a building there. I think they had, best I can remember, they bought a home that they were renting to someone, and then they were looking to buy a house at Flat Top Lake, but I don't think they ever did.
How about there was some talk about helicopters and
Yes.
hangars. What was that all about?
I don't recall the details, but I just know he was going to, I think they had a hangar. He was going to buy a helicopter. They were looking at it with his friend, best that I can recall. I didn't talk in depth about that. That stuff didn't matter to me.
Wouldn't it be fair to say that they lived really well?
Yes, yeah. So they had more than I had.
Michael was a generous person, wasn't he?
Yes.
He would take people out.
All the time.
He would pay.
There was only one time he ever let us pay. He always paid for our meals every time. Like I said, he took us out a lot, but they did a lot for my daughter. Like he would take her places with the kids.
Where would he go with them?
Oh, he ate out at Chili's almost every day. Like he took her on they took her to Disney World. He ate out every day. So
And he paid for that?
Yes.
Took your daughter to Disney World?
Well, the family did, yes.
The whole family?
Their family, yes, took my daughter, yes.
And he paid for it?
Yes.
You know that they went to Paris, France, and
yes.
They went to Hawaii. They went to other places.
I don't remember Hawaii, but I do remember Paris. Yes.
Where else did they go on vacations?
They'd go to the beach a lot.
Which beach?
I just remember Myrtle.
Myrtle.
Yeah, they went with us.
Okay. And who funded that? Who paid for all of that?
Well, at the times that I remember, my family rented a condo in the summer because I'm an educator and I was off at that time. And and they would come stay with us, but he paid for like lots of our meals and to do things.
Okay.
And that was, I mean, that was some time ago. It was
Okay.
when the kids were really little.
Okay. Then did Michael have his own medicine cabinet in the house that you remember?
I don't know if it was like, I call it his own, but it was the cabinet with all of his stuff. And I can remember it kind of being in the corner because I was hunting for a glass and there was all kinds of stuff in there that was his. And yeah, I mean, I just knew it was his stuff.
What was Michael's profession as such?
The only thing that I remember him being an IT guy for a little while for Job Force, but that's all I recall.
That's that IT. I hear that IT. What does that mean, really?
I think he helped with their technology if they needed like wiring or that was my understanding. I didn't talk to him much about what he did.
What did he do for the businesses that he had with Natalie?
I'm not sure what all he did.
Okay. Now, when you in February of 2019, what did Michael look like and what did he act like? What was his appearance like? Tell us about what you saw.
I mean, just thinking back, I don't know how often I saw him that month or what. I mean, he looked like he had done in the past. Do you mean before the day that he had, that he passed away? Yeah, he seemed the same as I was used to. He was very angry. And I just remember he wrote me a check that they owed me some money, and he said, "I'm leaving it at the front door." Like he didn't want me to come in or see him. And I don't know. I knew he was just mad because I'd asked for my money.
Was he confused?
I don't know. I couldn't say.
Did he complain of any headaches?
Yes. Yeah, he did. He did a lot. I mean, even way before February.
What did he tell you about his headaches?
Nothing. They just said, he would take aspirin and stuff because he had headaches. But I'm a migraine sufferer. His son is as well. So I didn't think much about anything. He had a headache. And then again, when it got really bad, we thought it was where he was working on this house. And I think he was up underneath it and stuff in the crawl space. We thought maybe mold or something had gone into his lungs causing that.
You've never seen his medical records, have you?
No.
All right. And in February, February 6th, you actually went to the Cochran's house.
If that was the day, yes, I did.
Well, Michael supposedly collapsed.
Yes, I did.
And what did you observe?
Well, I got a call. My niece called me around. I was at work and school was out. Like all the kids were gone. She called and said, "Mom needs some help. Can you come over?" And then I went and I helped her get him. He kind of slumped off the couch, and I helped her get him back on. And she was going to clean him up. He had had an accident. Okay. And Nikki went to get his clothes, and I helped her with that. And that was around 4:00.
Who was at the house at that time, from your observation?
Nikki and their son, Natalie, and myself.
Anybody else who came later?
Later that evening, yes.
Who came later?
She called me around. We were on our way to go out and eat, and I was in the car, and she had called and said, "I'm taking him to the hospital. Can you please come get the kids?" And it was dark, but it was February, so I know it was around 6:00 or so, because I remember trying to call my mom, and they're always at church. And so I said, "Yeah, I'll come get the kids." And when I went there, I think I was the first one in there. And then Thomas and Lacey Treadway came in. And then the last people in, Chris Davis and his son, followed in after that.
Okay. Were you, at least you, aware of the fact that Michael Cochran didn't want to go to the hospital?
Oh, yeah.
He expressed that view exactly to you. He expressed
everybody, yes, to all of his.
And Natalie was present when
Oh, yeah, yes. When the first episode happened, he told all of us, yes.
All right, if I may have a second.
Certainly.
That's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Okay, cross-examination, Mr. Truman.
Thank you, Your Honor. You work for the Raleigh County Board of Education?
I do.
And in 2019, what was your job?
At that time, I was a principal,
Where?
Shady Spring Elementary.
And your current position is what?
I'm the assistant superintendent.
Oh, okay. You were an investor in the defendant's company?
I was.
You lose some money?
I did.
About how much did you lose?
She was my sister, so I didn't really keep records. I mean, I didn't consider it more of it was a business deal, but I just thought she could, it would help me out. So, but when everything was said and done, I felt like it was around $50,000.
Okay. Did you ever get any of it back?
Well, that's what I ended up, I think, not having. So like I would give some and I'd get some, give some and get some. And then when it all ended, I think I was 50,000 or around
50,000 around.
in the
Okay.
whole.
Do you know how much you put in altogether?
No. Like I said, it was just, yeah, I'll go ahead and put me in for this contract. And then I would say, here's some more. I don't really recall. I really don't.
Were you dealings with Michael on these transactions?
Natalie with the money.
Okay. So she controlled all the money for the company, and according to your niece, he was at his computer doing whatever he did with government contracts. But the money side of it was your sister.
He wrote me some checks, like he would write them and sign them. But as far as like me saying, I want to give for this contract, I dealt with her.
Okay. You got a call. The first call you got was from your niece?
Yes.
Saying we need help?
Yes.
That was after school and you were at Shady Elementary?
Yes.
Okay. Which is how far from the Cochran house, roughly?
Probably about 6 minutes, maybe.
Oh, okay.
I mean, it's very close.
And you went the first time to the Cochran house that day by yourself?
I did.
Okay. You indicated that Michael was on the floor. Actually, this may not be fair, but was Michael on the floor in front of the couch or next to a couch?
No, he was on the couch, but he was kind of his leg and arm were off of it, and his head was kind of on the couch part. So I helped her get him up on the couch comfortably, his head on the pillow and his arm, everything up on the couch. And I kind of held a blanket, and Nikki got him some clothes. She cleaned him up. Natalie cleaned him up.
You got me a little bit confused there. Nikki got some clothes and the defendant cleaned him up?
Yes. So she said, Nikki, run and get him some clean pants. And I kind of held a blanket there, and I held that while she did that.
Okay. So did you participate other than holding the blanket up over Michael?
No, and I really didn't do that. To be honest, the son kept saying, I'm hungry. I'm hungry. He kept aggravating her the whole time. And she said, stop, I'm trying to deal with this. I said, why don't you just let me deal with him? And I don't recall if I took him or if I went, but I think I took him to get food and brought him back.
Okay. Now, before Nikki called you, you had heard from the defendant, correct?
I had.
How did she communicate with you?
She texted me.
And she sent you this picture, correct?
She did.
What was your reaction to seeing that picture for the first time?
She sent it, and she sent a text that said something like, he's sick and won't get up, or something along. I just remember thinking, I know it sounds terrible, but I was really busy. There was kids and stuff all in my office, and I remember thinking, what does she mean he won't get up? And I thought, well, what does she want me to do about it?
Okay. Then by the time Nikki called, that was 2 or 3 hours, 2 hours later?
Oh, more than that, probably.
More than that,
Mhm.
because your school had been dismissed for the day.
Yes.
And what time would that be?
It was around 4. I was working at my desk, and she texted me, and I remember I think my secretary was still there because I said, I've got to go. Natalie needs me. And that's the best I can recall. I remember I was at my desk and Nikki called me.
When you got to the Cochran house in answer to Nikki's call to you, tell us what you remember about what you saw.
Well, like I said, when I went in, he was on the couch, but he was kind of slumped over it. And I helped her get him on the couch comfortably. He was snoring and making noises. And I thought the same thing I thought the first time I saw him in the hospital in November, whenever that was, that he had had another seizure and that he was going to be coming up out of that. So I helped her. He had had an accident. So, I helped her get him up there, fixed on the couch. She said, Nikki, go get him some clothes. I kind of put a blanket over him. And then that's all that happened on it that time.
Okay. When you saw him in the hospital, was he?
Your Honor, I'm sorry. Unless there are direct questions about this exhibit.
I'm sorry.
All right. Then we need to identify that exhibit for the purpose of the record, please.
It's attached to a text. I cannot tell you off the top of my head. If you give us a moment, we can.
Okay, maybe Ms. Acord can track it down.
Can I go on with the exam?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. You get to the house, you've described what actions you took to help your sister with her distressed husband. But my question to you goes to when he was in the hospital. You went to Charleston to see the Cochrans?
Yes, sir.
Was Michael sedated while he was in there, to the best of your knowledge?
I do not know.
Okay, but you just know he was not awake.
Correct.
On the 19th of February of 6th of February 2019, when you got to the Cochran's house, was Michael ever in a position where you heard him converse with anybody?
No.
Did you hear him converse with anybody either time you were there?
No.
Now, you came back at the request of the defendant to pick up the kids?
Yes.
And that's because what?
She called me and we were on our way to dinner and she called me. I was in the car and she said, I'm going to take him to the hospital. I've called Chris and Thomas to come help. Can you come get the kids?
Okay. When you came to pick up the kids, who was present at the house at that time?
I think it was just me at the time. My husband stayed in the car, or we weren't married at the time, but I can't remember if Thomas and Lacey had gotten there yet or not. I think it was just me, but I know Chris and his son came in last.
Okay.
So I can't recall if they were there before me or me. It's been a long time.
Yeah. So to the best of your recollection, the defendant was there, Michael was there, the two kids were there.
Yes.
But Mr. Treadway showed up after you got there?
I don't recall.
Okay.
He might have been there when I got there. I remember him and his wife were there, but I can't I just remember Chris came in after I was there because I saw him and his son come in through the door.
And the Treadways might have been there, or they might have come in.
Yeah, I don't
Fair
recall.
enough.
He was there first, me or them.
Fair enough. The decision to actually take Michael to the hospital, when did that come about?
I don't know. Like I said, she called me and said, I'm taking him to the hospital. I've called Chris and Thomas to help. Can you come get the kids? And then we were all there. And I remember saying, he is going to be so mad at us. And but we all said, well, we have to take him. So.
Did you express an opinion as to whether he should go to the hospital, notwithstanding his prior reservations about that?
Say that again.
Sure. Did you express an opinion as to whether he should go to the hospital despite his statements that I don't want to go back again?
Not until everybody was in there. We were all in there and we were all talking and we were just all talking and everyone was talking about how mad he was going to be. And I remember saying, well, we still need to take him. And then I remember Chris saying yes. And then I went and got my now husband we helped get him in the car.
So who actually, to the best of your recollection, helped to take Michael to the car?
Chris, Thomas, and my now husband, Mario.
Okay. Whose car did they take Michael to?
Natalie's.
And who was driving the car when they, or were you present when the car drove off?
I was not.
You went back inside or?
No, I was going to take the kids with me, and they wanted to go with Thomas and Lacey because they have kids their age. And I said, well, I'm just going to, we just left because we felt like our job was done there.
Okay, so you didn't end up with the kids that night?
No, I did not.
So the
We
last.
left after he was in the car, but I don't know who ended up going or.
Okay, were you, did you see Michael in the car?
Yes,
Where was he?
in the very back. Like
And
they
what
laid him across it's a long SUV and they laid him across in the back.
Who else did you see anybody else in the car?
No,
So you didn't see your sister, you didn't see Chris?
no one was in the car when I left.
Just Michael. Can I have just a moment, please?
Sure.
I don't believe the state has any additional questions. Thank you.
All right, redirect Mr. Victor.
Do you recall in August 2018 when Michael Cochran brought Natalie to your school and told you that he wanted you to deal with him from that moment on?
Yes,
That was in August of 2018.
I can't recall the date.
Okay. But he told you that he wanted for you to deal with him in the matters of business,
Yes,
with him only.
yes,
Okay. You lost almost 50 grand on this.
that's what I think. Yeah. When I was all said and done.
And you should be really, really mad at your sister.
Yeah.
And I presume Michael, but he's not with us.
Right.
And yet it did not color your testimony here today.
No.
Did it? Okay. That's all. Thank you.
I have one follow-up, Your
Go
Honor.
right- right
and
ahead.
it should have been asked on cross, but it
Okay.
wasn't. What did the defendant tell you actually happened to Michael that day?
we never really talked about that except in the text. She just said he was sick and she sent me the picture and said he was sick and he wouldn't get up. I just remember however it was worded. I thought, well, why won't he get up? I didn't know if he couldn't, he wouldn't. That's all I remember, that she said he was sick.
Well, but at some point, didn't she tell you what happened to him?
Not that I can recall.
Okay, do you remember being interviewed July 16th of 2019 by a couple of police officers?
I probably was, yeah. I mean, I remember being interviewed. I don't know when it was.
Okay. And at that time, you indicated that the defendant told you that he threw up, hit his head, and seized.
She told me I recall the throwing up the first time this happened in October, November. She told me that he hit his head much later after he had been in the hospital in February. She said he had hit his head on the counter when he fell.
And we're talking now about February
Yes,
6th.
correct.
Okay.
But the throwing up, I can only recall, like I said, it's been a long time, but I remember he was throwing up a lot during the October, November time, even in the car.
And you've indicated in questioning from the defense that you have no idea what supplements Michael was taking.
No.
Thank you, Your Honor. That's all the questions the state has.
Did you ever see any dent on the counter in the kitchen of Mr. and Mrs. Cochran?
There was it wasn't a dent because it was like corian or something, but there was a divot knocked out of it. Yes.
And that's what Natalie told you That's where he hit his head,
Yes,
and there was a dent on it.
yes.
I may have a second.
All right.
Six, I think.
I think that's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Judge, to clear up the record, I think that picture is in State's Exhibit 6.
All right, thank you. Any further questions of the witness, Mr. Truman?
Not from the state, Your Honor, thank you.
May this witness be excused.
So far as the state's concerned, yes, sir.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, Ms. Lowry. You may step down. You are excused. Call your next witness, please, Mr. Victor.
I will call Thomas Treadway.
I thought the Coburg one was he was currently in a closed meeting. I keep an eye on it, but I thought it was a closed meeting because on my screen it says the portion of this hearing is closed, but it might be in the wrong one. Oh, right, who's this then? Oops, the beard and hair flows.
If you will raise your right hand, please, sir. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. You may have a seat right there.
Would you kindly state your name for the record?
Thomas Treadway.
Mr. Treadway, what do you do for a living?
I'm a freelance graphic designer.
Okay. Do you know Natalie Cochran?
Yes, I do.
How do you know her?
We met through youth sports. Our kids are friends.
Okay. Did you know Michael Cochran?
Yes, I did.
How did you know Michael Cochran?
Through youth sports.
Was there a time that you would get involved in Mr. Cochran's Mr. and Mrs. Cochran's business?
Yes.
What was the initial involvement that you had with that business?
They would contact me. Mike would contact me about doing graphics, designs, signs.
For what? For the business?
I actually did the sign at TSG out on Eisenhower Drive.
Was he satisfied with your product?
Yes, he was.
And from there on, I presume the discussion concerned your investment in the business, right?
Yes.
And in fact, it ended up and culminated in your investing a substantial amount of money.
Yes.
Would you kindly share with the jury how much you may have invested in that business?
I do not have that information. I would have to go through my CPA to get that.
That was a significant amount.
Yeah.
Who did you deal with in terms of the investments?
Mike.
What did he tell you that what you were investing in? I mean, obviously there wasn't like give us X number of dollars and invest in something. What did he tell you about the investments?
It was for contracts for graphics, mostly.
For contracts for what?
For graphics.
Graphics. And were there any government contracts as well?
Yes.
What else were you investing in?
Mainly that.
Okay. Was there any great promise of great returns?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Okay. And you actually, I presume you wrote the checks to the companies, right?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Through your contact with Mr. Cochran, you kind of learned to know him quite well, right?
Yes.
How well did you know him?
He was my son's favorite coach.
Okay. He was good at sports, wasn't he?
Yes, he was.
He was a bodybuilder, wasn't he?
He was very athletic.
Toughman competitions,
Yes,
pulling a hammer, right?
I believe so.
Any other sports activities that he was involved in?
Just through the youth sports.
What-
There was an alumni football game he played in, and that.
He appeared a model of health, didn't he?
Yes.
And yet, what did you observe in about 2018?
Mike seemed really agitated, really not really himself.
When he was himself, what was he like?
Focused.
Focused.
Yes.
Task oriented, wasn't he?
Yes. Very.
And then around 2018, he started being what?
Like I said, he wasn't himself. He didn't act the same.
Did he have any? Well, was he ever confused?
There was an instance where he seemed very confused.
Did he complain about headaches?
Not to me, not that I remember.
When did he appear confused to you?
There was an instance where the families went to eat. We went out to eat, and there was an instance there.
Okay. Is that the Panera Bread situation?
Yes.
That wasn't one of his favorite restaurants, huh?
No.
In fact, he hated it with an unbridled passion.
Yes, he did.
And all of a sudden, he takes you to Panera Bread
Yes.
and says what?
We were sitting around the table together, and he looked at me and said, "You have a hat on." And, at the time, we laughed about it. I was like, "Mike, I always have a hat. I always wear a hat." And never thought anything about that until after. And it kind of was like, wow, that was really kind of weird for Mike to ask me. I didn't have a hat on.
Was he ever confused about where he left his car?
I can't say that I would know anything about that.
Was he, you said he was agitated. How was he, what was he agitated about?
We never discussed where the agitation come from. I mean, he just seemed really visibly agitated.
Okay. Now, did Michael, you knew that Michael went to the hospital in October and November of 2018, right?
Yes.
Did you see him before he went to the hospital in October and November?
I'm sure I did.
Okay. Do you remember what he was like, or what he acted like?
I don't remember instances, but I know that he was pretty sick.
Okay. And he stayed in the hospital on 2 different occasions then?
Yes.
Do you know whatever the doctors told him was wrong with him?
I never heard a diagnosis. We kept the kids, so we weren't involved in that aspect of it.
Did he ever tell you what was wrong with him?
I heard black mold, which was brought up.
Did he ever? He said that he didn't like hospitals, did he?
No, he did not.
Never wanted to go back to the hospital.
Exactly.
All right. Did you ever know that he was using any substances to be more athletic, let's say?
Yes.
What do you know about that?
I don't know the details of what he took. I don't know, but Mike was very concerned with his body and his appearance.
Did he ever tell you he was taking substances?
I don't think that conversation ever came up.
Did you know from any personal knowledge that he was taking substances?
I would just gather that, with his physical appearance, that he would take supplements and various other things.
What kind of contractual relationship did you have with Michael? What did you do for him other than this first contract? Did you have any other work for him?
Yes, I did pretty much anything that was graphic wise. I handled that for them.
Okay. How did he appear to you in January or in February of 2019?
January was I think was around the time that the Panera Bread, the hat comment came out.
And from then on, how did he appear to you?
He just, to me, my opinion, that he seemed really wired. Really.
He seemed what?
Wired.
Wired.
Yes.
Did he ever tell you what bothered him?
No.
Did he ever suggest anything to you that he was in any physical discomfort?
No.
Never complained about his health?
No, not to me.
Okay. All right. That's all I have. Thank you.
Cross-examination, Mr. Truman.
Thank you. Mr. Treadway, could you go into a little more detail about you're a graphic designer? Is that what you are?
Yes.
Okay. What does a graphic designer do?
I designed their sign out in front of their business. I did a design for a firearm. I designed T-shirts. I designed baseball uniforms, logos for the baseball uniforms.
Letterhead? Does
No.
anybody do letterhead anymore?
No.
So you never had any involvement with any of the letterhead that the Cochrans might have utilized, or specifically the defendant?
No.
There's a fraudulent document that the defendant sent around on Bank of America letterhead. Would a graphic designer
I'm
have?
going to object to the characterization of it. We don't know what document it is. We already are calling it fraudulent.
All right, let's just call it a straight out document at this point.
Thank you. A Bank of America document. Would a graphic designer create this document?
I would guess.
Okay, but you're saying it wasn't you?
No.
Who's Lacey Treadway?
My wife.
Your wife. And she's a notary?
Yes.
And she did notary work for the Cochrans?
Yes. To my knowledge.
Pardon?
To my knowledge.
Okay.
Yes.
Now, let me take you to the date of Mr. Cochran's collapse, February the 6th of 2019. Were you asked to come to the Cochran residence that day?
I wasn't asked. I called Natalie to see if she needed some help.
Out of the clear blue, or how did that happen?
She had texted me and told me Mike had failed.
Okay. Did she send you the picture with that, or just tell you?
I'm not sure of that, and I'm not sure of that.
Okay. Do you know what time you got to the Cochran house?
It was in the evening. It was late. I taught classes at Concord, so it was late in the evening.
Graphic design classes?
Yes.
Okay. Take a look at this. Oops. Relative to when Chris Davis appeared, according to you, when did you show up?
What was the question again?
Well, Chris Davis appeared at the Cochran house while you were there, correct?
After me, yes.
And so you got there how much before he did?
I'm unclear.
Take a look at your text.
10 or 15 minutes before Chris got there.
Okay. And you don't have any reason to question your text, do you?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. You were one of the people that helped take Mr. Cochran to the car?
Yes.
Okay. And so when the defendant said that, you would not dispute that. You were absolutely one of the people. Right?
Right.
Okay. Who else helped carry Mr. Cochran to the car besides you and Chris Davis?
It's really unclear. I know Penny Carico was there. Her husband, Mario, was there. I don't remember exactly everyone that was there at that time or helped carry Mike.
You just know you did?
I carried Mike, helped Mike carry Mike to the car.
And Chris Davis did?
And Chris Davis.
There may have been some others that helped, but those are the two, you two for sure.
Yes.
Okay. Now, you've indicated you were there about 10 or 15 minutes before Chris Davis arrived. The defendant seems to indicate that you thought Mr. Cochran was getting worse. Can you explain that to us?
I do not remember having that conversation.
Okay, so you don't say, hey, I think he's getting worse, we need to do something?
I'm not a medical professional. I can't evaluate that.
Fair enough. After Mr. Cochran died on the 11th of February of 2019, do you recall giving the defendant some advice as to what she should do legally?
I don't recall that.
Does that help you remember?
Yes.
Okay. And why were you suggesting that she's make that timeline?
In any circumstance, I wouldn't know why you wouldn't do that.
And you were also helping her remember that she checked Mr. Cochran's vital signs, correct?
That's what it says.
She asked for your assistance in mounting her defense, didn't she?
No, not that I know of.
Okay. Did she ask you to look into Michael's phone?
Not that I remember.
Okay, well, that it's been a while back. Let's take a look at this.
Can you folks read this on the screen? Okay, because I can't. But happily, I have a little monitor right here.
They don't fit very well on there, but she'll bring you his phone to crack his phone. You remember that now?
I remember looking at the phone to see if there was anything that I could help her with there.
And you were trying to figure out why she couldn't get into it. You asked her some questions about that, right?
Right.
Okay. Now, Mr. Treadway, you were asked to provide statements to the law enforcement people that were investigating your friend's death. What was your response to that?
No, thank you.
So you were not interested in cooperating with the State police, people are investigating this.
No, thank you.
Michael was a friend of yours?
Yes, he was.
Okay. And you made a very succinct comment about what you would tell them. Remember what you said?
Not right offhand.
It's a
If you-
statement, they won't get shit from me, come to your recollection?
If that's what the text message says, then that's what it is.
And that is the way you felt about it. They weren't going to get any cooperation out of you.
If that's what the text message
No,
says.
I didn't ask you if that's what the text message said. I asked you if that's what your position was. They were not going to get any help from you that would hurt the defendant, correct?
I don't recall ever saying that.
No, you didn't say that, but that's what your position was, wasn't it?
My position was no, thank you.
No, thank you, as in you're not going to get any help from me.
I didn't say no help. I said no, thank you.
No information from you.
No, thank you was my response.
Let's see this again. Well, they ain't getting shit from me. That's your response.
If that's
Not
what-
no, thank you. That's your response,
Okay.
correct? It's all the questions the state had.
Redirect Mr. Victor.
Were you informed that Michael Cochran actually locked the cell phone to the point that Natalie Cochran could not get into it?
That was what was conveyed to me.
So some of those messages that we saw in court were the messages sent by Michael Cochran, not Natalie Cochran,
Yeah,
because she had no access to it.
exactly.
And then, so and he controlled that situation, didn't he?
It was his phone.
It was his phone. So then after he died, she wanted to know what was on it, what the messages were, right?
Right.
And she asked you to help you decode it.
If I could, yes.
It's not a big deal, is it? You
If
didn't
you,
think it was a big deal.
I didn't think at the time that was a big deal.
Okay. Now, the prosecutor asked you, and it's still on the
Erin
screen.
Hatchie drives a bus, yellow bus, yellow bus. Erin Hatchie drives a bus all day long.
About this, well, they ain't getting shit from me. Well, would you care to enlighten us as to why?
I was asked if I wanted to give a statement, and I did some research before I talked to them and told them no, thank you.
Would you care to show us what type of research you did?
I did some research and I found a document that had some information about some witness tampering. And so I didn't think that was someone that I needed to talk to.
Witness tampering. Who tampered with witnesses?
There were several names in the article.
But it wasn't my client who tampered with witnesses.
No,
Somebody else tampered with witnesses according to that article, and that's why you refused to talk to the police.
exactly.
What kind of witnesses are we talking about in this case?
No, not in this case.
I see. So you did not believe that talking to the police officers would be appropriate because they weren't trustworthy. Is that what?
Correct.
Okay. And is it true that there were very specific officers that were mentioned there
Yes.
in that article? All right. Okay, that's all.
Anything further, Mr. Truman?
So this is a generic witness tampering fear that you had and not related to the investigators in this case. Is that correct?
The article contained names of investigators in this case.
And this article came from where?
The Charleston Gazette.
And they accused the investigators in this case of tampering with witnesses?
Not with this case, the case that they worked on previously.
And it specifically named Heinzman and Bledsoe?
Yes, sir.
And this is a Charleston Gazette article?
Yes, sir.
And you don't know if there's any merit to that or not. That was just a report in the Charleston Gazette.
I'm pretty sure there was a settlement involved.
You don't know if there was any merit to it. You just know what you read in the Charleston Gazette.
Exactly.
Okay. Which means you may not know anything. That's all the questions the state has.
Last comment by the prosecutor.
Overall, any further questions, Mr. Victor?
Legal people don't trust police.
That's all the questions I have. Thank you, Your Honor.
Any reason to hold this witness?
None from the state, Your Honor. Thank you.
Any reason to recall this gentleman?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, sir. You may step down, Mr. Treadway. You are excused. Happily, ladies and gentlemen, we are right at the noon hour, and we will take our luncheon recess at this time. Please be back in your jury room a little bit before 1 o'clock, and we will try to start up promptly. Do not discuss the case among yourselves or with anyone else. Please do not view, observe, or listen to any reports concerning this trial or matters concerning this case. Enjoy your lunch. You may go with the bailiff now to your jury room.
Okay. Hey, Die
All
Boy.
right, we'll break for lunch and start back up at 1 o'clock.
Okay, we'll go to Lawyer Lee now for you guys. That is just like, yeah, you're right. He shouldn't make a statement like that. It's just like the corruption's everywhere, people. Those of you that are not used to trials, it's everywhere. This is nothing new. Police they just want a verdict. They don't give a fuck how they get a verdict. Right, let's stop this because we got an hour to play this. So this is a recap from Lawyer Lee from yesterday. So I know a lot of you like her. It's about 1 hour and 3 minutes. So let's put this on for you guys. It's frustrating. It's frustrating. This is why there aren't many fair trials out there. Now, obviously, there are some great police officers out there, but they all get a bad name, unfortunately. Right, here you go, people. I'm going to go and prep some dinner for myself. So enjoy yourself. Die, nice to see you, buddy. And I'll see you all in about an hour. Peace out. Take care. Ta-ra.
Hi, y'all, and welcome to tonight's live stream. Well, I promised you a wild ride with the Natalie Cochran case, and wow, it has not disappointed. It has been an absolutely crazy ride. Today, the state rested. I was stunned. Technically, I was stunned earlier this morning when I read in a local newspaper from up there that they were going to rest. I would never have guessed that. It seems really quick. They are on a razor thin edge as to whether or not they have made their case against Natalie Cochran. But they did bring some critical evidence today, some absolutely important, critical emails or text messages, actually, that were sent back and forth with some relatives of Natalie's. And those
are part of what is going to be the closing argument, what is going to be the state's case. Now, Natalie Cochran's, the primary charge in this case is that Natalie Cochran murdered her husband. Prosecutors say that she overdosed him with insulin and that caused him to have such low blood sugar that he passed out, that he had cerebral edema, brain swelling, and ultimately died from that about 5 days later. So they believe, prosecutors believe, that dose of insulin was something Natalie did. She was a pharmacist, so they say she would have known exactly how to do this, exactly what to use, and that's what she did. That is not the only charge that has been levied against her. She also is presently serving 11 years and 3 months in federal prison for running a Ponzi scheme. According to prosecutors, she ripped off her family, friends, acquaintances by pretending to have a gigantic company that ran arms sales to the government. They purchased guns, they purchased armor, various items that the military might need, and they sold them to the government. And were doing $1 billion worth of business, is what she claimed. But the feds say, no, siree, was doing no such thing. And that wasn't actually happening. Instead, she was faking all that. She was just taking people's money in as investors from her own family, her own friends. She ripped off her in-laws to the tune of everything they'd ever earned or saved. She ripped off her own parents. She ripped off her own brother. All of those people lost their money in what the feds say is a giant Ponzi scheme. She did plead guilty to that, and as I said, is serving time. That's not the only allegation either. There were also allegations that Natalie Cochran faked scholarships, actually went to schools and gave out scholarships in her deceased husband's name, which she had no money to actually carry through. She had no way to actually give it. So it cited students and parents received these scholarships, may well have made decisions about where they were going, schools they turned down based on the fact that this scholarship was available. But in the end, it wasn't. Also alleged that she faked cancer so she could get away with things, and even ripped off the local Little League to the tune of $10,000. Those all should not be at issue in this case, but the Ponzi scheme itself has been an issue in terms of motive. The prosecutor says the reason Natalie killed her husband, the reason she injected him with insulin and wanted him to die, was because he all along had not known about the very critical information that she was running a Ponzi scheme, that there wasn't a real company, that he thought they had a real company together. They owned the businesses together, and he thought they really were raking in all that much money. He had no idea his family and friends were being ripped off. He was about to either discover it or maybe blow the cover. And because of that, Natalie decided she had to kill him. So, but there has been no evidence really to suggest that Michael Cochran was unknowing thus far, but there were 3 very, very important text messages I'm going to show you tonight. So welcome to our first 5 in the chat tonight. KCAN4, Cat Ride, Rosie McCrank, Sharon D, and just me. Special shout out to y'all, and welcome everybody. We started the day with Dr. Paul Uribe, who is a forensic pathologist with a great deal of experience. He's done over 2,500 autopsies, which is less, I think it was 6,000 that the first medical examiner had done, the first forensic pathologist. We've had 2 testify in this case. Uribe is the second. And that's because the body of Michael Cochran was exhumed twice. He was buried and they decided, wait, this may have been a murder. And they went back to look at the body, but that came out as inconclusive. I can't determine, said the first medical examiner. I can't determine whether or not I can't determine the cause of death. So Uribe said something different. He's done 2,500 autopsies, a couple of big ones. He wrote the federal opinion in the George Floyd case, and he also had investigated a suspected insulin-related serial killer in Clarksburg, West Virginia. So in this case, he was hired by the local DA and asked to perform a second autopsy. They exhumed Michael's body again. So one of the things he talked about was he went through the medical records in advance. He found that the CT scans did not show any head injury. That's important because in one of the interviews with Natalie Cochran, she actually said that Michael had fallen and hit his head while he was in the kitchen. And even more concerning to him was the idea that when the person was admitted to the hospital, when Michael's was admitted to the hospital, his blood sugar was extremely low, 21. There's been argument over whether or not the correct level would have been 55 or 70, but for sure it wasn't 21. Dr. Uribe said, well, this was really low. And he also said that it was fluctuating in a pattern that pointed to the idea that insulin was involved. He called it a red flag. He said that when you give somebody insulin, there's this tiny window of time when you can test for it and determine how the person actually got the insulin. Because when your body makes insulin, it breaks it down into two parts. One part is insulin and the other part is C-peptide, which since the body is breaking it down as it's producing it, then anything the body has produced should be 50-50. So there should be just as much insulin as C-peptide. If what you find instead is that there's a lot of insulin and very little C-peptide, that suggests that there was insulin injected into the person, not just insulin that their body created. So he said, but you've got to test right away. You definitely can't wait until after death, and you definitely can't wait until months later. In fact, his autopsy was 3 years after Michael Cochran had died. And by then he said the body had decomposed a lot. It was in bad shape. He said that he found it, he said he was told that there had been embalming, but if so, it was a really poor job of it. He said most of the soft tissue had turned into a hard soap-like substance called adipocere. And despite that, though, he says he looked at the body, he looked at all the evidence, he pointed out that a lot of the facts in the case just didn't line up with the original autopsy or the medical records. He said that raised red flags for him. So based on his findings, Dr. Uribe concluded that the most likely cause of death of Michael Cochran was someone administering insulin to him. He said there's just no other reasonable explanation for such a severe hypoglycemia. He said this is a healthy, non-diabetic person. There's just no reason for a 38-year-old to die of a sudden drop in insulin. He considered other issues, seizure disorder, heart disease, and he said those didn't really match the symptoms. So he was going with insulin, and the manner of death, he said, was homicide. He made the point that people don't accidentally administer insulin to themselves. The cross on this one I thought was really good. Nana of 7, Natalie is the female Alec Murdaugh. He's the standard by which we judge all our cases, the Alec Murdaugh standard. Do you reach the level of drama created in the Alec Murdaugh case? Thank you, Nana of 7. I appreciate it. Okay, so the cross was really very well done, I felt like. Dr. Uribe said the way he learned about the case was from the former district attorney, Benjamin Hatfield. The reason I think that had already been mentioned in the direct, and now that it was mentioned again on cross-examination, it's kind of a small fact. Who hired you? The DA, Benjamin Hatfield. But I think the reason it got mentioned again is in the local area, Hatfield means something to the local people because there's been a lot of controversy surrounding him. He's no longer the DA. He resigned, but he was accused of sexual misconduct by a woman who claimed he made demands on her in exchange for dismissing charges against her, and then made more demands to dismiss the charges against her boyfriend. And eventually he also was sued by 9 people in his office claiming hostile work environment. So I think that's why they mentioned it twice. So Michael's death happened actually 4 years before, I said 4 years before this autopsy by Dr. Uribe, 5 years before his final report was prepared this past April. So the first autopsy, as I said, they could not determine the cause of death, is what the medical examiner said. But it was just 7 months after Michael passed, and that was much closer in time, the defense pointed out. Back then, there would at least have been less decomposition than there was when Dr. Uribe actually exhumed the body and looked at it 4 years later. So Dr. Uribe fully acknowledged he could not detect insulin in Michael's system. It was way too late for that he couldn't explain why. And there was an interesting chart they did and showed there was another drop in insulin after Michael was in the hospital. So during the day that Michael fell out on the kitchen floor, Natalie said she was taking his insulin and it was fine. When he got to the hospital, it was way not fine. It was 21. And then while he was in the hospital, about a day later, it began to drop again. And it went through sort of a curve. It was fine, dropped down, and came back up. And that's similar to what had happened the first time. The defense believes that's evidence that this isn't induced by insulin. There's something wrong with him that's causing it to drop. They just didn't figure out what it was before he died. The prosecution might believe that he received additional doses of insulin, but they haven't come out and said or suggested, yeah, there was another dose secretly while he was in the hospital, for example. There's been nothing like that. So I don't think there's been a solid explanation for why it dropped again. The one witness who testified about insulin, Dr. Krieger, I think it was, I don't have that quite right, Krieger, said that she kind of dismissed that really low measure because of the fact that it was done with a fingerprint prick instead of with an actual blood draw. But that still doesn't explain the fact that it was in the hundreds, like 180, and suddenly it's at 60. Maybe she could throw out the one at 40, but she couldn't throw out the ones that were nearest to 40, like 60 and 70 on either side of it. So I still think that's an issue that the defense has a point that is something unexplained in the case. So the witness was also asked about just how long insulin would last in the body, because everybody agreed that the insulin would only last about 4 to 6 hours. So if Natalie gave it to her husband in the morning and that was the reason he crashed on the floor and fell out, then it wouldn't explain, because that was before noon, it wouldn't explain why at 8 o'clock that night when he's at the hospital, he's got a 21, because the insulin is out of his system by then. He should have re-regulated, but it didn't work that way. So there's have been hints that maybe Natalie gave another shot of insulin in the middle of the afternoon. The prosecutor hinted at that. And then the defense said, look, she invited all these people over. There were something like 9 people in her house at some point during the day. Why would she do that if she needs to give him more insulin? If she's trying to kill him, why invite witnesses over who might get in her way while she's trying to administer more insulin to really throw him off and to make sure he died, if that's what she was doing? So Dr. Uribe said he had looked at a bunch of different potential causes for the big drop in blood sugar that happened just as Michael was arriving at the hospital. Could it be a pancreatic tumor? Could it be adrenal insufficiency? Could it be sepsis? Could it be drug effects? He said, okay, I do not believe it could be the pancreatic tumor because the first autopsy didn't find one. But the defense said, well, but the pancreas is one of the first things in the body to decompose. So maybe that's not such a surprise. And the defense also said, look, you may have dismissed the idea that his medications could have done this, but he was taking a lot of things such as supplements, things related to bodybuilding. He was a big bodybuilder. And they said, you don't really know what he was taking. So how can you just dismiss this and pretend it isn't a real thing? And he also, the witness also said that while insulin does decompose quickly after death, there might be things that could detect it postmortem. He just sort of volunteered that. I don't know where that came from. But there was no explanation then for why he hadn't done those tests. If it was possible to figure out if insulin was in the body, why didn't he test? And he had clearly stated earlier he couldn't do that. So it left it sort of confusing. The defense pushed him on whether he could say with absolute certainty that insulin was involved in the death of Michael. And he said he didn't use the word absolute, but that he couldn't think of any other explanation. There was no other explanation for having such profound hypoglycemia, low blood sugar, in an otherwise healthy, non-diabetic person, which, of course, the defense doesn't believe Michael was healthy. They think he was very unhealthy because of what he had done. The defense had some very effective cross-examination around the idea that Michael might have injected insulin himself because maybe as a bodybuilder, he was using it in order to bulk up, in order to help him with that. Now, Dr. Uribe said, well, I don't think bodybuilders use insulin for that reason. But I think probably a lot of us who have Googled this, well, we certainly saw that online, that you can do that. And the defense came right in on that. They said, well, did you not know that that's how Mr. Universe died? Injecting himself with insulin and ending up with hypoglycemia and then dying? And he did not know that. The witness did not. And the defense also pointed out about an article they had found about the problem of hypoglycemia in bodybuilders who were taking insulin. He didn't know about that as either. So ultimately, Dr. Uribe concluded that none of Michael's medical history could explain his seizures, his heart issues, or his hypoglycemia. He felt like the cause and manner of death pointed to something else. Even if it could not be proven with absolute certainty, it pointed to the idea that he had been injected with insulin. Prosecution believes what that's all about is that Natalie was murdering him. He said he didn't think it was self-inflicted. He didn't think it was accidental, although frankly, he doesn't really have any evidence to support that. He did state that. The prosecution said, well, an unconscious person can't inject himself, can he? Sort of the suggestion being that when he was unconscious, it had to be Natalie administering it. But I thought that wasn't a very, that question didn't really hit the point because it wouldn't explain why Michael was unconscious in the first place. That seemed to be the bigger issue. So then the defense on recross raised that benzo that showed up in his urine. And there wasn't really ever any explanation for that as to why it was there, what it might mean. Did it mean he was taking that as something related to bodybuilding, something for his body? And pointed out that there was some degree of suggestion of sepsis. Sepsis is just infection. The first thing, or the thing doctors look for in that, is high white blood cell count. And he had high white blood cell count. It was 17,000, should have been 11,000 or lower. So he had high white blood cell count, but he didn't have fever. He didn't have some of the other things they might have looked at. So the doctor said, yeah, it's a consideration, but I don't think he was septic. Then the next witness was Lieutenant Timothy Bledsoe. And let me say, Tooth Sleuth Jules, that's a tongue twister for me, is a new member. Thank you, Tooth Sleuth. I'm glad for that. Lieutenant Timothy Bledsoe is a West Virginia State Police trooper, or was. He's retired now. He was with them for a very long 30 years or so. And he investigated the Natalie Cochran case, starting with the financial crimes and then moving into the death of Michael Cochran. So the state introduced right off the bat with this witness the plea agreement in the Southern District of West Virginia. It had been talked about before, but they actually introduced it as a piece of evidence. The defense objected, but the judge said, yeah, I'm bringing it in. The reason that they think that's so important, the plea agreement in federal court, is because it doesn't mention Michael. It's only aimed at Natalie. It says, Natalie did this, this, and this, and this, and she signs at the bottom saying, yes, I did. And they said, well, that proves that Michael Cochran did not know. If he had been mentioned in there, if he had known, he would have been mentioned in there as also being involved. I thought that was really, I don't like that argument at all. That is not the way federal court necessarily works. They tailor agreements to the particular facts, to the particular person. They don't necessarily include every other person. I just thought it was unfair to draw that conclusion from the plea agreement. Personal opinion on that. But there were 3 text messages that were super important. The state has had a really hard time convincing me that Michael Cochran did not know about what was going on with the company. I still don't buy it. But these 3 text messages are awfully important. I'm going to show them to you. And let me add them to the stage. They're very hard to read, and I unfortunately can't change that. So I will tell you what they say. The first was a text message from Natalie to her uncle, Charles Hawley, I think was the name they said. And she wrote, Natalie wrote, after all your contracts pay out, I won't be able to invest them anymore. I will cut your checks as they come in. I am very sorry. I wasn't transparent with Michael on all the contracts we had in the works. And the prosecutor said, and the witness said, she's apologizing and stating up front that she wasn't transparent with Michael on all the contracts. And I'll go ahead and read the other 2 and then talk a little bit about it. So this next text is from Natalie to her own sister, Penny Carico. And she said, hey guys, I am sorry, but after I pay out your remaining contracts, I won't be able to do them anymore. I did not share all the details with Michael, and I should have been completely transparent with him. And then the third one, a text to Wendy Poteet, who is Michael's sister. Hey guys, after the contracts that are out payout, I must have written something wrong then. It's very hard to read. So, but in any event, after the contracts that are out, oh, that's right. After the contracts that are out payout, I will have to stop subcontracting and then you can see part of it's hidden. Something I was not, I assume it is, as transparent with Michael as I should have been. So those are the text messages. Each of them has the same sort of theme. The idea that Natalie wasn't transparent with Michael. And if she wasn't transparent with Michael, if she wasn't telling him what was going on, well, then maybe he really was about to discover the Ponzi scheme. And maybe he was murdered for that reason. There are some problems with that. It looks to me that it was difficult for me to read it, but I think it looks like these were written in August of the year before, which would mean Michael had known about the issue or some issue for months. It also is such an awkward, weird text message. You know, I am very sorry I wasn't transparent with Michael. It sort of has the writing 100 sentences to confess that you were sorry and to make penance in school. It has that thing. I wasn't transparent with Michael. Write that 300 times. And so it's just odd phrasing, almost like he's standing over her saying, you will write this. I'm sorry I wasn't transparent with Michael. It's just a weird thing to say because it wasn't just that she wasn't transparent with Michael. It's that she wasn't transparent with these people. She had no money to pay them. She had not actually received contracts with the government. She didn't have piles of money sitting there to pay out their contracts as the new contracts came in. Nothing was there, so she didn't have anything to pay them back. So to me, these text messages don't make a lot of sense. I get that they show some kind of divide between Natalie and Michael. The defense at one point said, well, maybe, are you sure Natalie wrote these? Maybe Michael authored these. And I guess there's some element of a possibility of that. They did say that Michael had taken Natalie's phone for a 2-month period and would not let her have it. I assume her children are going to come in and say that, and maybe they're going to argue that these text messages were written by Michael during that 2-month period, that it didn't have anything. Natalie never wrote it. It was only the fact that he took her phone. That will be pretty evident, I would think. I would think the state would have some real good cross if she had her phone. I mean, you could certainly tell if I didn't use my phone for 2 months, it would look really, really different from the way it looked. So
we'll look forward to finding out more about that. So the witness, Lieutenant Bledsoe, said that he believed in September of 2018, Michael discovered that there were some aspects of the business related to the amount they were investing that was different from what he'd been told, and that he learned that some people had been promised bigger returns, and he was upset. That really doesn't fully explain, though, why then he was murdered in February of the next year. If in August and September he's figuring it out, why is February such an important time that Natalie suddenly decides, yep, this is the moment, he's going down? It's not super clear about that. There was also this, let me add this back to the stage and show you a final message that Natalie sent to Michael. And this is really interesting because it lists all these amounts for contracts and she's listing, 3.45 million for this and it should post tonight at midnight. 300,000 should post on Wednesday, 1.25 million DOD on Thursday. And Monday of next week, 724,000, 2.56 million next Friday, and 108 million around October 12th, and 131 million around December 21st. And she goes on like that, listing all these huge amounts, which totaled about, according to what the prosecution said, I haven't added them up myself, but the prosecution said it was $1.4 billion. To me, it is inconceivable that Michael actually believed that they were doing $1.4 billion. I mean, how is that even possible? They've been in business less than 2 years. And his wife is telling him, oh yeah, we're about to get 1.4 billion. And yet the prosecution does have the text message. So it was extremely important evidence. This is the first evidence that has any real possibility, in my view anyway, of persuading the jury that, yep, Michael did not know about what was going on in his own company. Even though he was involved, even though he was on many of the documents, and the defense did a pretty good job of proving that he didn't know. So I thought this was a super important day, and those text messages were very, very important. So these were the text message she sent to him about the 1.4 billion related to a Bank of America account. The Bank of America account, though, wasn't open until the end of January. And according to the defense, it wasn't even a real account. It wasn't fully finalized until mid-February after Michael had died. So Natalie, according to this witness, Lieutenant Bledsoe, did several little tricks to try to explain why money wasn't in the account. These would be things she said maybe to Michael, but definitely to other people. She claimed an audit was happening and it was holding up their funds. And the witness said, no, there was no audit. She blamed a fictitious person named Betsy Britton, who supposedly was with the Defense Finance Accounting Service, but there was no Betsy Britton, just fake. And she also had blamed a legitimate government shutdown in 2018, where I assume this is a period of time when it wasn't funded because of Congress having disputes about the funding and not having a budget. And there was a real shutdown, but that had nothing to do with why they weren't getting their money. And the witness also said there was an incident with BB&T that month. I think he meant January, and that he believes Michael did not know about what was going on with the companies, in part because of how Michael acted when he was at BB&T. The Cochrans got a letter from the BB&T in Beckley, where they lived, to inform them that their bank account was going to be closed. And so Mr. Cochran went down there personally, and he was very irate. How dare you? Why are you closing our bank account? It was, according to this witness, to the point that his friend, Chris Davis, had to be summoned to the bank to try to calm him down. Now, there were so many objections during this part of the testimony. If any of you watched that, I would really like to know, what did you think about all the objections? Because it was a lot. I don't know that I've very often seen that many objections in that period of time. But I would like to know what your opinion of it was, what you thought if you were watching it, what you believed about whether it was too many and that kind of thing. So on the day that Michael actually had the crash, was found in a heap on the kitchen floor, the Cochrans were supposed to go to Virginia to meet with the Bank of America. And the prosecution thinks that's related. That's where Michael was going to find out the truth or otherwise embarrass himself by not knowing the truth. So at that point, the witness said, well, he did know that Michael was using steroids. He didn't really locate any evidence to confirm that. We know that the witness, that at least one of Natalie's children, and I believe both, are going to testify for the defense. We knew that somebody 17 years old was going to testify today. I assumed that was going to be a prosecution witness because it did not occur to me the prosecution was going to rest right now. So and you remember that weird, how he did the chart of the 3 vials that were found in Natalie's home, and they were tested by the FBI chemist, and the FBI chemist said, okay, yeah, this is insulin. It says insulin. It is insulin. This is methylprednisolone. Yep, it is. But there was a third one. And that third one said on the label, this is enclomiphene. He said, wow, that's not what this is at all. It's something entirely different. Well, that bottle of enclomiphene citrate, that was actually given to law enforcement by Michael's mother and father, who had it at their home and said, for some reason, Natalie gave it to them after Michael died. So this is Michael's mother, Michael's stepfather, and Natalie brings them this bottle of enclomiphene citrate, which actually contains a completely different substance. So I think the reason for that, I think the reason that the prosecution is bringing this up is enclomiphene, would explain that insulin crash. It could cause that insulin crash. And so if that substance had actually been in the bottle, then maybe that would suggest there was a reason for the insulin crash. Natalie would have known that since she's a pharmacist, and maybe what she was trying to do was create this explanation for what was happening. And so she gave it to the parents so they would hand it to law enforcement and say, look, I assumed then she would have thought they never would test it, but in fact they did. So there was talk about what happened on the day of the event, that Natalie went to the doctor the day before and again on the day that Michael crashed. Michael never went to the doctor. He was apparently feeling pretty good until the big crash. So when she went to the doctor, Natalie was given promethazine, a shot, and possibly tablets. And Bledsoe thought that was significant because Michael was documented to have a severe allergy to it. But I was confused about that because then why hasn't that been discussed? Why was this suddenly brought up? They don't seem to have any allegation that it was given to Michael in some way or form. But maybe that would be an argument that they plan to make. So they canceled that meeting they were going to have that day with the Bank of America private banker. Now, what we heard from him when he testified was this wasn't a meeting where we were going to talk about why the 1.4 billion wasn't being credited to their account and what was wrong with us. This was a meeting about us being a private banker for them because they claimed to have a lot of money. And then the defense has said also they were going to formally set up their account. You had to do it in person, and they hadn't been there in person to formally set it up. They had an account, apparently. Prosecution proved that today, but they didn't have one that was actually operational, according to the defense. So Natalie did text somebody that morning and say, Mike was so mad about not being able to go this morning that he had to take 2 of my blood pressure pills. So that's yet another reference to another drug he might have taken and another drug related to her. I thought that was a very odd coincidence. So this witness finally did discuss the fake cancer, but he didn't really have much to say about it. He said he didn't uncover any evidence that the defendant did have cancer. Well, that's not the same as saying we found out the defendant doesn't have cancer. So we've been talking about, I knew that there was supposed to be this suggestion that she was faking cancer. That's one of the things that the federal judge talked about in sentencing, but all of the witnesses have just come in and said, yeah, she told me, this text that she had cancer and she was getting chemo, and so she wasn't feeling well. At no point has there been evidence that no, she didn't have that. She didn't actually have cancer. So this is as close as we got. The witness also said that Natalie gave contradictory stories. First interview, April 8th, just a matter of a month and a half after, maybe 2 months after Michael died. She said, we were together at home. He suddenly went into the kitchen. It was morning. About 10 a.m., she heard a thud. And she went into the kitchen. He's on the floor. And then she discovered enclomiphene citrate on the kitchen counter. So that would have been important to show that would be a reason for the blood drop. That's the prosecution argument. There was another interview a month later, May 7th. And this time she said they sat together in the living room for an hour. Michael was doing the best he had ever done in life. That it was not long afterwards, after they'd been sitting an hour, Michael went into the kitchen, threw up in the sink, fell, hit his head on the granite countertop, and ended up on the floor. And enclomiphene was hidden in a cabinet. It was not out on the counter in this story. And then on interview 3, which was the very next day, they went separate ways that morning. That was true on each day. That when she got home, he'd been sleeping on the couch for 45 minutes to an hour. I don't know, maybe after she got home, so that she would know how long. Then he woke up, he went into the kitchen, he collapsed, and she introduced that he was allegedly using insulin as a bodybuilding regimen. And he kept that in the house for use in bodybuilding. That was the first time he said that she mentioned that. She said he injected it himself. She didn't help him. He did it himself. And he used several different areas to do the injections, one of which was his back. And the witness said, I thought, did not really understand how he could inject himself in the back. Quote, that seemed odd to me. So Bledsoe said, well, Natalie kept running. After Michael died, Natalie kept running the business. And that suggested to me Michael wasn't really involved. The defense said, well, maybe she just needed money. She needed to keep the family business going. Maybe she didn't have a lot of choice. He actually talked a little bit about the FATE scholarships. It's the first time I think they've been introduced here. They were talked about at the federal sentencing hearing, but this is the first time we've heard about them. And then when the one fact that he mentioned that he felt was significant was he showed Natalie a list of the items they had collected after they did a search warrant of the home. And she ran her finger through them and she pointed to one of them, identified that item with her finger and said, oh, insulin, we keep that here. I keep this at home for the neighbor's child who's diabetic. So the prosecution thinks, yeah, that's because she knew that insulin might be something we were looking at. So she needed to explain it away. All right. So Nana of 7 is telling me that the defense, mostly Victor, is rude and tries to make witnesses to agree. I think she's guilty. Prosecution is not aggressive, but I feel they are consistent and steady. All right. Thank you. I appreciate that, Nana of 7, and I appreciate your super chat as well. Thank you. All right. So the defense cross-examination honed in, just went through like a series of points. So I'll just run you through the most important ones that bizarrely, they started out and said, did you lose money in the Ponzi scheme? And he said, no, and I don't have any financial interest in the case. I could not figure out why was the defense asking that. That's a question the prosecution would ask to show that the witness isn't biased. Why does the defense want to prove that? If anyone has any clue, please let me know. I don't know why it got asked, but maybe they thought he had somehow invested and they thought they were going to get testimony about that. That was all I could think of. So what did Michael know is obviously a super important issue. Here's what the defense sort of made, the points they made through cross, that the defense believes the only reason that the government didn't go after Michael, just like it went after Natalie, is because Michael had died. That if he'd still been alive, they definitely would have gone after Michael. And I think that's almost a certainty. There was suggestion from this witness, oh, well, maybe not. I'm not sure that there's really enough evidence. I guarantee you, they had both owned the company. Maybe those text messages would have made a difference, but I'd be surprised. I think it's more likely they would have gone after both. And the defense pointed out when it came to forfeiture, which is we're taking the assets of the person who's getting the criminal conviction. They took the assets of both of them. It wasn't like they said, well, this belongs to Michael, this belongs to Natalie, and they split them up. So both Michael and Natalie were signatories on the bank accounts. They owned the accounts together. They lived a lavish lifestyle together. They both, Michael claimed to have sold such a high volume of firearms to the government that their firearm suppliers were rewarding them with 75% discounts. And the witness said, yeah, we knew they weren't selling anywhere near that level. The defense also tried to argue Michael was the big gun guy. He knew all about guns. He was super interested in that, in armor, in all of the things related to military. Natalie knew nothing about it. She didn't really care. But the witness would not really agree with that. He said she had some knowledge of firearms and that she was involved in negotiating with the local police department, for example. And so this was a back and forth exchange, and Michael knew nothing about it. Question. He told everybody to watch War Dogs, one of his favorite movies about the sale of firearms. He was enamored with firearms. And the answer was, well, I just really can't answer that. But that was one of the defense thrusts, is this was Michael's company. This was the thing he wanted to do. So there's no way he would not have been involved in knowing all about what they were purchasing, how much it cost, where it was coming from. He would have wanted to have known that. The expenditures of the two businesses were over 1.1 million, included things like earrings, heating and cooling, getting cash, paying for their car, and that came out of the business account. So their defense is arguing Michael knew that the federal government said both of them enjoyed the proceeds. In other words, had the lifestyle that included a lot of purchases based on this. And but the witness said, I don't think he would have been indicted, and that Michael believed that this was legitimate income coming from a real operating business, even though that was untrue. There was a confusing discussion about the Cochran's listing assets of $522 million at the time of the forfeiture, and the prosecutor signing off on that, the United States attorney signing off on that, but that it wasn't true. They didn't have anything like the defense said they missed it by $500 million. They did not have 522 million at all. They didn't have really much at all. They had the money left over, I guess, from what people had invested, and that was about it. So he said he believes that her cancer is false, but he does not have any records from an oncology clinic or something that would say she doesn't have cancer. He just believes that. He admits he did not interview the Cochran children. That has been a theme throughout the trial. Why not? Why not? Why not? Is what the defense has said. And now they're going to bring them. We are going to hear, I think, from the son at least tomorrow, and maybe from the daughter as well. One is now 17 and the other is 20. So he said, he didn't know a lot about the relationship between Natalie and Michael, and he didn't know who was dominant. That's when we got the information or the suggestion that Michael had taken Natalie's phone for a 2-month period. And the question from the defense was, well, if I told you he controlled Natalie's use of the computers, do you have any evidence to contradict that? And he said, he didn't really have anything on that. So he had not gotten a lot of the old records for Mr. Cochran, Michael, and he didn't have a lot to explain kind of what had happened. And over the course of the years prior to the time that he had the crash and ended up dying 5 days later. And the defense did a fairly good cross with this, said, well, he had epilepsy, he had encephalopathy, he had respiratory failure, he had seizure, He had enlarged heart. He had altered mental state. He had potential sepsis. He couldn't go to the bathroom. And that was before any of these things happened. All of that happened in the months prior, back in November, late October, early November of the year before. So the defense also argued throughout that if he had received insulin, Michael would have been jabbed by Natalie. There would have been a delayed reaction of 15 minutes or more. The numbers varied widely in terms of what the witnesses said, from 5 to 15, 15 to 30. But in any event, it wasn't, here's a shot, bam, you drop. It was going to be a delayed period of time. And the defense has argued he would have done something. If she injected him, then he would have said, what was that? 911, she injected me with something. She won't tell me what it is. I'm scared. Something would have happened. He wouldn't have just waited until until he dropped. That wouldn't have been real. And the defense also argued, why would she have asked for the murder weapon from two different people? Earlier that day, she called a physician's assistant and said, may have been the day before, I want insulin. I'm sick and I want insulin. And then she asked to borrow insulin from her neighbor who had the son who had diabetes. So the defense said, look, she brought in these people voluntarily. She brought them in and said, hey, I'd like insulin. If that was a murder weapon, who would do that? That was the defense argument. And let's see what else. Another argument the defense made that I thought was pretty effective, and I'm sorry for sort of the shotgun approach, but that's the way it was. It wasn't a narrative. It was like this point, that point, this point, that point. So it just went that way. But I don't want you to miss out on any of the arguments that are being made, so you'll understand the full case. So one of the arguments the defense has made is, if they've been married for 17 years, and there hasn't been any testimony that they had a bad relationship or didn't get along. So why wouldn't, if Michael is suddenly finding this out, why is his first reaction to turn her in? Wouldn't his first reaction be, hey, let's get a lawyer. Let's figure this out. Is there a way to get around this? There were objections around this, but I think the question pretty much put itself to the jury. And then the defense went through a series of times when there had been other problems with Michael, just as we talked about before. Times when friends said, yeah, he was out of it. He was sweating. He was mentally altered. And friends who said he took supplements and that kind of thing. There was one period of time when he said, did you interview Mr. Treadway? And the witness said, no, I would have really, really liked to interview Mr. Treadway, but he wouldn't speak to me. I don't know who Mr. Treadway is, but now I'd like to know what he says too. So then the defense lawyer went on to say, well, isn't it true that Mr. Treadway says that Michael hated Panera Bread, but one day he was so confused he went there anyway? The witness, there was an objection. I have no idea. He wouldn't talk to me. I don't know what he says. So then we looked at the search of the residence of the Cochrans, the vials that were found there, and they wanted so much for this witness to say how much was in the vial, and they told other witnesses that he was going to say it was full, but he didn't really say that. He said, he couldn't really tell from the photographs whether it was full or not. And he didn't know whether a fair amount had been removed from the bottle or not. He just wasn't able to answer those questions. One issue the defense had talked about was, look, Natalie's a pharmacist. If she wants to kill somebody using drugs, why borrow these from somebody else? Why not just get it at the pharmacy? But the state very logically pointed out, well, she didn't work at the pharmacy anymore. She now was in arms sales to the government, supposedly. So she didn't have access through the pharmacy to drugs that would have killed Michael. At that point, the state rested and the defense made a motion for acquittal. That's where you ask the judge, look, there's not enough evidence that would suggest that this person is guilty, so we want you, judge, to just dismiss the case. Fine, acquit her so that she's not guilty. And in this case, the judge is like, no, we're going to take it to the jury. And he said, the state told us this was going to be a circumstantial case. We've heard from Dr. Uribe, who said the only way this victim could have died was from insulin. There may have been a motive. At least there's been evidence about that. This is at least a prima facie case. I'm going to send it to the jury. At that point, he sent everybody out, spoke privately with Natalie and her lawyers about her right to testify, but she doesn't have to testify. And then put all that on the record. He didn't want anybody present in the room. So tomorrow we have the defense going. I don't know how long or how many witnesses they'll end up actually putting on, but I would not be surprised if we wrap up maybe this week or at least the first part of next week. I would think the defense case is not going to be super long, more than say a couple of days. So I think we are zipping right through this case, and I think it's going to end pretty soon. So if you have some questions, would you put your questions in the chat with question marks at the beginning? That'll help me spot them as we talk about it. It's been a very dramatic case. It is very light on evidence. It's light on evidence for in terms of whether or not they are able to prove that insulin killed him, that there was an injection of insulin, that Natalie did the insulin as opposed to Michael. The defense has done a pretty good job of talking about Michael's supplements, Michael's drugs that he took related to bodybuilding. And I think we are going to hear more about that in the course of the defense. I think his kids are going to say a lot about it. Michael asking, is it cold enough for me? Yes, it is. It's very cold. It is very cold. I know that's true for a lot of us all the way across the country. And I saw a picture of snow down on the Gulf Beach. I have never, it was amazing. They always have white sand, but this was different. This was white snow. It was crazy. Chris Strubing is asking me, does anyone think that Michael was combative when he was waking up because he was trying to tell people that he had a feeling that Natalie was drugging him to off him? So that's an interesting question, Chris. I think one of the things the defense may argue is that he was having steroid rage, that he was taking so many steroids, it was creating that problem for him. The only reason I think that it probably wasn't that is that time when he was combative waking up was back in November when he was there and they stayed all night with him so he wouldn't have to be tied down. His friends stayed with him at night in the hospital. So we did have two people say they didn't want to wake him up and startle him because he might hit them, but they seemed to act like that was something they would do with anybody. It wasn't Michael in particular. He didn't have a special issue. All right, Alpha Fox Adam. Court TV noted that the defense had 12 witnesses set to testify. I wonder if we'll see them all. Probably not. Typically, there's some on there. Oh, there is one not on there, and the defense and the prosecution talked about it, and the prosecution agreed that the defense could bring this witness, even though not on the list. Don't know who that will be. As to whether or not Natalie will testify, I don't think so. I think that would be an enormous mistake. One of my mentors used to say, when you get to the end of your case, if you're not winning, you're not ever going to win because that's as high as it gets. That's as good as it gets. After, when the other side has time to come and poke holes in what you have to say, then from that point on, your case is getting worse. So the strongest it is at the end of the presentation of your evidence. The one exception to that is a defendant who testifies in a case, because the defendant then becomes the most important testimony in the case. And the way the jury feels and thinks about them is all important. We certainly saw that in the Alec Murdaugh case. Lily asked me, have you garnered any opinion how the jury will vote by watching them in person? So Lily, I'm at my home office now. I'm no longer in West Virginia. So I don't have any intel in terms of what's happened yesterday and today. In the first couple of days, I just felt like they were listening and paying attention. I didn't sense a direction or that they were reacting a certain way. But I did feel like two witnesses were reacting to some sort of aggressive cross-examination by the defense. Did I say witnesses? Two jurors were reacting. But that was the only thing that I kind of picked up on that I felt like had some importance. Why was the defendant allowed to go to the sidebar? KP, such a good question. We've all been wondering about that. I haven't seen that before either. That is brand new to me, but it's the defendant is invited up by the judge. So I guess that's a normal thing there. That's how they do it. 1776 daughter is asking me, do you think that the defense did a lot of testifying with their questions that went unchallenged? Yes, I do. And I think there could have been a lot more objections from the prosecution. There were a ton of objections today, really from both sides, but the defense objections were a lot. Now, as far as the testifying, yes, the biggest example is the one I gave you where the witness said, I wasn't able to talk to this guy. And he says, isn't it true that this guy says such and such? Well, obviously the guy can't possibly know that because he said he didn't talk to them, but it's something the jury has now heard. So we've heard a lot in the questioning about Michael's use of steroids, Michael's use of supplements. We've heard a little bit about it from the witnesses, but we've heard a lot about it in terms of the questions. So there is some extent to which there is testifying in the way the questions are done. If there's no objection, that's that. And for the most part, I feel like they were pretty legitimate based on facts. Now, there were that one today, clearly not based on any fact that's going to come in evidence since the defense hasn't even talked to him. Unless maybe prosecution. Maybe the defense will bring that witness. Maybe that's the new witness. Who knows? Ducati girl asked, did they ever actually fulfill a contract or was it all a scam? So that is a really good question. I don't think we have a super clear answer. There was a suggestion by a couple of witnesses that they did a little bit, like maybe $100,000 in terms of contracts. But they talked about this 1.4 billion that was coming in, and they had no contracts that would support that. They didn't have these. They were just made up. Just like the woman who supposedly was auditing them and refusing to pay them and was just made up. If she knew he was taking insulin, why wouldn't she tell the doctors to save his life? Kyle Nitz asked. Oh, that is a great question. Because if she knew he was taking insulin and his blood sugar was really low, then maybe she ought to say, hey, it's probably okay. He takes insulin and maybe he had done that. Super good question, though. I think that especially being a pharmacist, she would have known about the impact of that and would have known the correlation between what he was experiencing and what he was taking. I wonder what she would say to that. Great question. Some nobody. Why don't you believe that Michael didn't know? He toughed the money was coming from government contracts. Not so hard to believe. Did you think Maggie knew about Alex fraud? Okay, here is the reason why I think he probably knew. He was on the bank accounts. He was on the prosecution said he wasn't on the documents, right? To witness number one. And witness number one said, right, it was all hers. So the defense got up there and said, well, what about this document and that document and this document? Here's another. And went on for a while with all the documents that he was on, in addition to the fact he had quit his job to work for the company and he was on the bank account. So that's why when I look at that, my natural thought is, or my first thought is, yeah, he knew. It takes things like those kind of bizarre text messages to give me at least some thought that maybe he didn't. So that's my explanation for why I think that. What are the dates of Natalie's text messages to the three family members? It's super hard to read. Let's add this to the stage and y'all can tell me if you can read that. I think it says something like August 20 something. So that's what I think it says. But that one's a little bigger. And at the bottom, I think it says 8/26/2018. And the witness did say that Michael, he felt, had an awareness of something in September of 2018. So around that time frame. So that's what I think it is. Yeah, these are really great questions. Tonight have been great questions. And I'm only going to have time for a couple more. Let me go over here and say, hey, Amber Natalia is a new member. Thank you so much. We're glad to have you. Elaine Baldy is asking me, I know the prosecution doesn't need to prove motive, but what do you think her motive was? I don't know. And I don't think they haven't given me a real comfort level that the one they've come up with is the reason. but I'm not really sure about him not knowing. These text messages are very, very important, super important. Her statement that I wasn't fully transparent with Michael, but they were 6 months before he died. And so that's still an issue to be discussed. The judge cracks me up, says Sheena. I really like this judge. Super nice, just very relaxed, very friendly with the jury. Really great lawyer and judge. Blue Octopus on here has known her for many years. Interesting. That's very interesting. And let's see, I'm looking for the question marks at the beginning. I think I might have skipped a couple that were right there. My apologies if I skipped you. Kathleen asked, why did she have a blood glucose meter and testing strips in her home? So I have asked that question too. I've wondered about that, but here's, I think, the reason. She did do teaching around blood insulin regulation. That was something she taught as a pharmacist. And so maybe she had them there for teaching people. She also said she kept that vial of insulin in case the neighbor's son suddenly needed it, like just in case. If he had a diabetic dive and was really in bad shape, she would have the insulin right there to help him. So that was what she stated to law enforcement in the interview. All right. Well, tomorrow night, 7 p.m. Eastern, we will be back looking at this case. We will have our first peek into the defense and to what they're going to be arguing. Hopefully, we'll have heard from at least one of Natalie's children, maybe from their expert witness on insulin. Who knows? Maybe Natalie herself, although I don't think so. I think that would be absolutely crazy. And the reason I think that is the case is teetering on evidence anyway. All she could do is provide the weight to tip it over to the defense, to the prosecution side. I don't think it could do anything else. So that is my thinking on that. All right. Well, I will see you all tomorrow night at 7 p.m. Eastern. Looking forward to it.
That was good timing by me, wasn't it? Just literally came back. Right, let me change it to the trial. I'm not sure if she's any good. If you learned anything, I don't know. But I know you all, well, a lot of you love her. See, Daffy doesn't like her, but most people like her. So there you go. All right, let me put the trial on here then. Boost it for Deb. Then we will put it on here. Yeah, literally was perfect timing. I just finished my dinner and I was like, oh, I knew we was finishing about this time, so I was trying to jump on, and literally she went to the end, and I was like, oh, right, I could just end it straight away, which is happy days in some ways. There you go, and that's the trial in the background. So I had a pasty, corned beef pasty and coleslaw for dinner. So, which is lovely. I had 2 slices of bread with it as well, I should say, which made me even fatter. But I didn't want too much tonight. I got custard cream for dinner tonight. Oh, it's fully charged. Let's see if it's working, or did I fuck it up? Because I think I may have messed it up. Where is the bad boy? So let me go connect it to see. Because you're gorgeous, and I'll do anything for you. There we go. Come on, Wi-Fi. Work, you bastards. Work, your bollocks, yeah. There we go. Right, I need to find out if I've damaged this or not. Right, hang on. Where's it gone there? It's in here. Ah, fuck no. I fucked it. That's my screen. so you can't see anything. Bastards. I messed up. Hey, Marky. Hey, Katie. What was for supper? Pasty, Cornish pasty, and coleslaw. Homemade coleslaw. Well, not my homemade, from the store. Coleslaw. So yeah. Bollocks. I broke it. But I will say this has lasted me a few years, and it's a very good year cleaner. I swear by it. It's good. It's very good. Yeah, that Canary stuff is so insane, but it's not all rigged. I'm not sure what you mean, Mark, but Higgins got to get ripped a new one this next trial. Hi, Heather. Yeah, you're back. Yes, I'm back. Lady Doi. Oh, that, yeah, from there. Well, it's not a surprise. It's not a surprise. About the no video. They lost the video. All the evidence has now been destroyed in the Canary case, which is no surprise. It's pretty standard. I mean, if you follow trials for, this is nothing new. It's bullshit. It's always a thing that happens. Always a thing. If it doesn't turn out to be the things you want it to be, hey Sue, how are you? Then they tend to lose stuff. But it's like, oh, trust me though. Trust me. It's like, no, you fuckers. You absolute arseholes. But yeah. This is not. They lost the university. So it's the defense sent their experts to obviously view the whole thing, and they turned up and the video's been destroyed. So there's no video with inverted everything they were supposed to review. I don't 100% remember what they're supposed to review in totality, but it's all the camera, CCTV stuff and things like that, which includes the inverted stuff, destroyed. But I don't know to what extent, what else is included in that, if I'm being honest. Oh, so it's nothing new. It's what the defense said in the hearing ages ago, and said, we got questions where they would be preserved correctly. We want our person to be able to look at it themselves, and Bev ruled that and they couldn't. But hey presto, it's a joke. But it's not a joke because we know what happens. It's this is nothing. I'm not surprised. Someone said to me, "Are you surprised this will happen?" No, I'm not. I'm disappointed and I'm shocked. Like, I'm not shocked because we see every fucking day. We covered a trial. Well, I mean, I covered a trial last year where they misrepresented evidence in another trial, where they said that the way the murder happened was they were using walkie-talkies. These walkie-talkies they found on the ground. The problem was walkie-talkies weren't fucking created until 2 years after the murders, but they still put it in. They still got to put it in as the walkie-talkies was what they used to construct the murders, even though it wasn't fucking construct. It's like it's ridiculous. It's disheartening. It's ridiculous. You look at the Richard Allen stuff. Apparently not. I don't know too in depth about this, but Andrew Perkas says something about there is a confession that wasn't allowed into trial by somebody else that admits to the murders. It's like, what the fuck? What world are we living in, people? What world we live in? Essentially, what should happen with Karen's trial now is like, well, there's no evidence. So, it's like, again, we're going back to circumstantial. So Karen is going to be up there. So Karen, right? She is obviously adamant she did not do it, So she wants all these things. She's fighting for all these things. but everything that what do you call it, could exonerate Karen is gone. Do you remember when they said about the they had video evidence from Karen hitting John, gone, non-existent, because it never existed. And now it's like Karen's trial is now going to be a circumstantial trial with only evidence that they want to make circumstantial, and that's shit, because as we see with all trials that are circumstantial, juries are thick as shit. Juries will convict on circumstantial evidence more than anything, because they believe the prosecutors. This is not good. It's not good. It goes against everything that the judicial system should stand for. It goes against everything we should all stand for, no matter if you're American, British, wherever your nationality. This goes against the human rights. I'm not really sure what I'm talking about, human rights, but about our rights as humans to have a fair trial. This is no longer a fair trial. It wasn't a fair trial anyway. But yeah, I'm not advertising it, to be quite honest with Robin, because it's got Kate Peters and I know you've advertised now, but it is out there. Yeah, I refuse to advertise Kevin, Plevin, and Karen because of all the falsehoods that they have done. This is why I argued with had disagreements with Sean over I don't agree with promoting them. So that's why I will not promote them, even though they are on tonight with Brother Council. So but yeah, I will not be watching it. I have zero desire to watch it. No, don't delete it. You didn't know. It's not a poppy. You didn't know, Robin. So don't worry about it. It's absolutely fine. But in case you thought why I was ignoring your message, that's the reason I'm ignoring your message, is because I refuse to promote them. But it's absolutely fine that you promote it. But by the way, I'm not angry or anything there, Robin. Don't worry. So don't worry. I could never be angry at Robin, because if I'm angry at Robin, who's going to fucking ride those horses around the glen and go chasing all the fucking men? No, but in case you thought I was being rude, ignoring your message, I was saying that, Robin, because I can be quite rude. Do you know what I mean? So I just think this is going to be a good indication. Robin G ignores my messages. No, I love Robin G. Robin G's done something. I will not say what she's done because she doesn't want it public. But let me tell you, Robin G's done something that is very, very good. I was told about it, Robin, by a good friend of ours, about what you did for the boots on the ground, and I knew you would. I love you to bits for it. But I know you don't want any limelight. But you're a good one. You're a good egg, Robin G. Maybe, yeah, I would suggest people that if you can, watch the Glera tonight. I think the Glera would probably it was Robin. Hey Robin, let me just tell you now, it meant the world to them. It meant the world. So yeah. Trust me, it meant the world to them. Glera, please go watch the Glera. He is no doubt going to be doing that tonight, actually. So watch the Glera. That'd be funny for people to watch. I'll probably watch it on replay tomorrow morning. So go watch him doing it. As I'm not sure what channels they're on or anything. So the Glera will definitely be covering it, no fucking doubt. But yeah, back to Karen for a second. It's disheartening, and I know some people might think, oh well, he's going to make us stronger. But people we see in this trial, look at the bullshit circumstantial case here. They can make any shit up. And that's what's going to happen with Hank Brennan. He's just going to make more and more shit up. I'm disappointed. And it's not just that. It's like it cost Karen like I think it's $13,000 to ship their expert over. So it's like now they want reimbursement for that, which is rightly so. Look at the money it's costing. Robbie G, the lad Robbie G knows you are always rude. uh, um, the problem I got with it, Lady Di, is I don't now know what the state are going to say. So they've created a new narrative in some ways, which who knows what bullshit they're going to put in next with Hank Brennan. I don't like this at all. I don't, not to be negative, but I never liked it anyway. But this should be dismissed. This trial should now be dismissed for Karen. No bullshit. It should be dismissed because if your key piece of evidence is gone, everything's gone. Trial's done, dusted. You haven't zero evidence. So let's knock on the head, but no, we won't. And I'm not just preaching this because of Karen. I'm preaching this in every single case. This case, even though this woman over here probably fucking did it, there's no evidence. This is bullshit. Bull fucking shit. I'm sorry them swearing, but and everything, but it's disheartening, people, because it's like, how can you convict people on just like guesswork? I probably did it. Guilty. Nah, this is not how it works. You have to have an ironclad. They 100% did it. Not fucking none of this bullshit. Yeah, apparently I think everything's been deleted. Lady Di, from the port, whatever you call it, teleport. Bullshit. Oh, I've not looked. I've not. I just saw Ted's original post on Eden's, but I don't know. Yeah, so there's video obviously, but not the original one. It's the original one, not the inverted fucking shit. It's the original one that's now been destroyed. That means that video, like honestly, right? That video of the inverted video should never have been played in court. That is not true reflection. It should never have been played in court. It should have been dismissed. Anyway, let's get back to this trial. Fucking bullshit. Fucking bullshit. Right, here we go.
All right. Are there any matters that we...
Let's
play Cochran.
Yes, she is my mother.
Oh, here we go. Right, the
MAC.
If you could just scoot up a little bit towards the microphone. Thank you.
Is it boosted? Yes, Deb.
Say it again.
Say it again.
MAC.
There you go. Do you know the defendant, Natalie Cochran?
Yes, she is my mother.
Okay. I presume you remember your father,
Yes.
Michael Cochran.
Yes, sir.
He is deceased. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
When did he die?
February 11th, 2019.
Okay. Who else lived in your house ever since you've been born?
The only people that lived in my house while he was still alive was me, my mom, my sister, and my dad.
Okay. Now, what was your relationship with your father?
I would say it was good. We had a good relationship.
What did you do together?
All types of stuff. He was my baseball coach, my football coach, led me through several sports. Went shooting together, went hunting together. We just always did stuff together.
Your father was very athletic, wasn't he?
Yes, sir.
He participated in all kinds of sports himself, right?
Yes,
As
sir.
well as he coached sports.
Yes, sir.
he cared about his physical appearance
Yes, sir.
and even participated in some tough contests there, right?
Yes, sir. He did a couple Tough Mudders and Tough Man.
Tough what?
Tough Mudders and Tough
Aye.
Man contests.
Was successful.
Very.
Did he ever try to participate in any bodybuilding contests?
I know that he did in high school. He used to do a bunch of powerlifting, and I don't know if he ever did any shows or anything.
Okay. He appeared perfectly healthy on the outside, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, however, he had some medical problems, didn't he?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember 2017, December, when he had back surgery?
Yes, sir.
How old were you at that time?
10 or 9 or 10.
Okay. Do you know why he had to have back surgery?
Because he lifted we had a big light pole in our backyard next to our garage. He lifted it up just so he can move it to a different location. And that's when he messed up his back.
He did what?
Picked up a light pole by himself and messed up his back.
Couldn't he have gotten any help?
Of course, but it's just how he is. He wants to do everything by himself.
Okay, and he injured his back and he had to have surgery.
Yes, sir.
Do you remember whether he liked going to the hospital?
Not at all.
After this first surgery, did he say anything around the house that would make you believe that he hated hospitals?
That he never wanted to be at a hospital. He just didn't like hospitals.
He liked doctors?
No.
Okay. Now, when in 2018, there was an episode that forced him to go to the hospital as well. Do you recall that?
Yes, sir.
You were what, 11 at that time, 12? Oh, wait a minute. 11, 12?
Say 10 or 11, yes.
10 or 11, I'm sorry. What happened to him in October of 2018? Do you recall? When he got sick?
He got sick, and I feel like around that time is when you could just notice that he started to change a little bit.
How did he start to change then?
Just forgetting stuff all the time. And he was more aggressive for sure.
Towards whom? Aggressive?
Towards everybody. Everybody.
What was he forgetting? What was he forgetting at that time?
Just like things that he had to do, that he had planned, and he would just forget about it. And he just leave stuff at the house all the time. Just stuff that was unusual. Like he always had everything kept together. Pretty nice.
Okay. Right after October 31st, he had to go to the hospital very soon thereafter on November the 2nd of 2018, right?
Yes.
What was wrong with him then? It was just a couple of days later.
I feel like.
Do you remember what was wrong with him?
I don't know exactly what was wrong with
I mean,
him.
I'm not looking for medical terms, but what did you observe?
I almost said he had brain fog almost. Like it was just.
Brain fog, you said? Did he complain of headaches?
Not that I remember.
Okay. How long did he stay in the hospital that time? Like a week, 5 days?
5 days or a week.
Do you remember him coming back home from the hospital? Remember that?
Not really.
But at some point he returned home from the hospital, right?
Yes.
How did he act then?
He acted fine. He always tried to paint a picture for the kids, I guess, to just make us not worry about him or something. I don't know, but he acted fine. It was just still the same things of him forgetting stuff and him just, I don't know. I felt like he was less happy.
Was his condition or condition as you saw it improving, or was it getting worse?
Getting worse.
And let's say in January of 2018, what was he doing that makes you believe that he was getting worse?
Just continue to constantly forget things, and he would have more and more just snaps, like when he would just snap and just get super angry all the time.
Did he ever say that he was in some kind of physical discomfort?
No, not to me.
Okay. Did he look like he was in physical discomfort?
In my eyes, he was perfectly okay. In my eyes.
How about the beginning of February? Getting worse?
Yeah. And he just didn't want to do stuff as much anymore. We used to always go out and do stuff together, and me and him would, and he just wasn't as active anymore. Didn't feel like doing anything.
He was only 38, wasn't he?
Yes.
Did he look to you like he lost interest in life? Or did he perhaps have some limitations that caused him not to enjoy what he was doing?
I think he was just too worried about everything. He was always worried about money. He was always worried about everything in his life, that he just wanted everything to be perfect for him and us. And I feel like that was his biggest worry.
Okay. Throughout the years that we've been discussing here, your father has taken some medications. Would that be a fair statement?
Yes, sir.
What kind of medications did he take? Or whatever he took that looked like medications?
He would take his supplements, which was 30 pills a day every morning, and then his anabolics, which are steroids, and
did he ever take any insulin?
I didn't see him personally take it. No, I didn't see him personally take it.
Did he ever inject anything?
Definitely steroids.
Okay. Now, was there a time when he was supposed to take some medication for any type of seizures? He had seizures, right?
Yes.
Convulsions? Did he have convulsions, seizures?
Yes, but I didn't witness them.
Okay.
In person, no.
Was he ever taking any medication for that?
Not to my knowledge, but I'm sure that he was,
Now,
with
let
all
me-
of the pills that he was taking.
Let me ask you this. He didn't have a very high opinion of doctors, did he?
No.
And if a doctor prescribed something and he didn't want to take it, he wouldn't take it.
You're right.
You don't know exactly what those substances were in the amount of 30 pills a day.
No,
He had his own cabinet for that, right?
Of course.
Tell the jury about his cabinet that he had all this medication in, or whatever it was.
it was just a really, like, it was a long, tall cabinet, and it just had all of his supplements and pills that he took. And he would get every bottle down every morning, and he would lay it out on the counter. And then I'd stand right next to him. He'd make his protein shake, and he'd take 2 handfuls and take the first handful, chug his protein shake, take the second handful, chug his protein shake, and finish it. And that'd be it. He'd be ready to start his day.
How long has he been doing that?
Since I was a baby.
Where was he getting all that stuff?
He did shop at GNC a lot, but that was only for his supplements. And then he used to brag all the time about him getting his steroids from Mexico. I wouldn't necessarily say brag, but he would always say it was from Mexico.
What did he get from Mexico? Do you know?
I don't know the name of the steroid, but it was definitely an anabolic.
Do you ever see a bottle of it?
There's a white box that would come, and I never touched it or anything.
Was there anything on the box that suggested that it was not for human consumption?
I never really read it.
Okay.
To be honest.
Okay. Weren't you concerned that your dad was taking some stuff from Mexico?
I asked him for some when I was little, because I asked him what it did, and he said to make you strong. And I said, can I have some then? And he said, no, maybe when you're older. And with my lack of knowledge, with the knowledge I have now of it, yes, for sure. But my lack of knowledge back then, no, I was not scared. I figured that everything that he did, he was in control of. And I felt like he was always, I don't know, I just always felt safe around him, everything that he did.
Did he talk to you in the hospital in 2018 when he was there?
I would like to say yes.
Do you remember a conversation that he had with you and I believe your sister about kind of being very pessimistic about life and his life and the existence in this world? What was he saying?
I can't give you the answer on that.
Okay. Okay. Your father was, his profession was an IT man. Is that what
Yes,
his
sir.
profession was?
Yes, sir.
What did it mean to you?
I remember him doing several buildings, like wiring buildings and always working on computers and stuff. I just figured he was just a regular guy.
Well, let me ask you this one more thing about this computer business. He was ordering those supplements from Mexico through what channels? Computer?
I would say computer.
Okay. Did you ever see anything that had the name Nootropics?
No.
Okay. All right. So he was an IT man, whatever that means, and he worked on computers a lot.
Yes, sir.
Around 2017, 2018, did he work for any company? Or did he have his own business?
I don't remember exactly when he got laid off from the workforce, but I know they started their business around that time.
They being your mom and your dad?
Yes, sir.
Right, this is annoying me. Why are we fucking seeing a picture of his crotch? He's 17, for fuck's sakes. Put the fucking thing up on the wall. Don't need to fucking look at the boy's fucking crotch.
Sir.
And what business was that?
Their contracting business.
Okay. They contracted with whom?
Federal government.
And you remember that?
Yes.
Who was working on the contracts?
My dad.
Was there ever a time when your father was working on the contracts and your mom was reading a book?
Yes, sir.
Tell us about it.
My dad and my mom were laying in the room in bed together, and I was in there. I was young, and I was laying in between them, and my mom was watching a movie while she had a book in her hand. And my dad was on his computer, and he was going through contracts, and you could just see thousands of dollars on the contracts. And I asked him what they were, and that was the day that he found a 50 cal contract that I helped him with. And yeah, and it just kept going from there. He just never got off. Even we were in the hunting stand and he was still on his computer working on contracts.
And your mom was watching a movie?
Yes, sir.
She didn't have anything to do with that contract, did she?
No, sir.
All right. Was your father somewhat secretive about his business?
Very.
Obviously wouldn't discuss it with a 13-year-old or 10-year-old on the business level of the MBA and his associates, but what did he tell you about his business?
That the business had to be a woman-owned business so they could get more contracts. And
why is that?
I don't remember exactly what he said about it, but it was always that they could get better contracts of it being a woman-owned business.
Okay.
Her owning 51%, him owning 49%.
And that's what he owned as a minority
Yes, sir.
shareholder, or was just a corporation, or was it partnership? What was it?
I think we all know who wore the pants in the situation. He definitely ran it way more than she.
Your father was a dominant figure.
Of course.
Was he a dominant figure in the life of the marriage, or just generally speaking, he was a dominating character?
Both.
Both. By the way, was there ever a time when he took Natalie's phone?
Yes.
Why is that? Well, was he? Well, let me strike this. Was he a controlling man?
Very.
Tell the jury about it.
My mom was at work. She used to work at Access Health down towards where's that place? I don't remember the exact location, but she used to work at Access Health, and she had a coworker that hit on her, and my dad pulled up, and he either had a baseball bat or something. Not my dad, the guy that hit on my mom, and yeah, he took that baseball bat from him and handled business. And there's several occasions that are like that. And he would always check her phone. It's just him just being crazy.
Well, was he a jealous man?
Very. He
But
wanted what was his.
Was he also controlling in terms of checking the computers, checking the phones?
Yes. He would monitor my phone. He'd monitor everybody's phone in our house. Everybody's.
So some of the messages that were played here earlier were at the time of August. Do you remember when he took my client's phone?
Not the exact date, no.
Okay.
It was multiple times that he had her phone.
Did he ever use her cell phone?
I'm sure.
Now, your mother was obviously working as a pharmacist at one point, right?
Yes, sir.
It was a full-time job, right?
Yes, sir.
And she was raising the two of you, that is you and your sister.
Yes, sir.
Who was running the house in terms of cooking meals, cleaning, doing all of these things?
My mom.
What was your father doing at that time?
he was always either with Chris Davis or doing something. He's just
Business?
yeah. They were always at our airport hangar a lot. Those two were.
Who owned that airport hangar?
We owned an airport hangar. It was a big airport hangar, and then I can't remember if we had two airport hangars. We had one big one and one small one, or Chris owned two.
Okay.
It was either one of them. He owned one.
Did
We
you
used
guys,
to go to his a
did you
lot.
guys have a helicopter?
I know we had a plane in there, but we didn't have a helicopter. I don't think.
Well, looks like you guys around 2018, 17, 18, 19, led a pretty good life.
Yes, sir.
You guys had a helicopter, hangar. You could fly. Well, you had a plane.
Anyway.
You could fly whenever you wanted to.
Yes, sir.
Had a couple of motorcycles, right?
Yes, sir.
You were too young to ride them, right?
No, sir.
No. A couple of cars.
Yes, sir.
In fact, more than one car. What do you guys have?
I remember them buying. We had two Yukons, one white one and one gray, or a silver color, and we ended up giving the white one, I think, to Jennifer Davis. It was either the white one or the silver one to one of them, and he had his GMC truck and his Shelby Cobra, which was.
You wanted to drive that, didn't you?
I wanted that car. Yes.
You wanted it.
Yes, sir.
It was an expensive car. It was an antique.
Yes, sir.
All right. How about the houses, homes? How many did you guys have?
We had our house on 4H Lake Road, and then we had he ended up buying a house for Chris Davis's aunt. I think it was her aunt, or somehow they're related, and rented it out to her, and renovated it, and the hangars.
How about boats?
Boats. We had two boats. We had a brand new wave boat before the year even started. I think it was like a brand new 2020 boat or something like that.
Do you remember going to a boat sale with your parents?
Yes, sir.
Didn't your father buy 3 of them?
I didn't know that he bought 3 of them, but I know that he had 2.
Oh, yeah, maybe about 2. Okay. But he bought them.
Yes, sir.
All right. You went to good schools, right?
Yes, sir.
Private schools?
No, sir.
No, you went to public schools?
Yes, sir.
You had everything that the kids could desire.
Yes, sir.
Materially.
Yes,
right?
sir.
Took some nice vacations.
Wonderful vacations.
Where'd you go?
Hawaii. We go to New York all the time with the Davises.
New York City?
Yes, sir.
Not a cheap place. All right. Okay, where else did you go?
We go to Pigeon Forge, Tennessee, that place. We went and saw a couple college World Series baseball games in Omaha. And
Well, how about a place called Paris, France?
Paris, yeah, we went to Paris, France. Been to a few
Beaches?
places. Ocracoke Island. We've been to a few beaches. Yes.
Who paid for all of this?
He did.
Your dad?
Yes.
And who did you go with? Your just the entire family, or
The
did you
entire
take-
family and the Davises.
Sorry, I had delivery. Look who I got. I got my American Charger. American Charger. Let me open it up, see if it's any good. And if it's any good, I might have to get another one. Oh, new packaging. Look at this. How exciting is this? There you go. Don't know if the fuck it works, but how's it working? I have no idea how. Oh, I know. I think I know. Oh, there you go. That's for America, isn't it? The two-prong thing. Yeah, it's live, Jay Wynn. It is live. I'm just fucking about at the minute because I got a new toy. Oh no, is this one, isn't it? Is that the one that America uses? And that's the UK one. And then that is where we put our plugs. Okay. But I can only do one, I think, at a time. So I might have to fucking get another one then. That's not any good, is it? If I can only do one at a time. Anyway. And before I put it back into court, look at my dessert today. That is, oops, shit, pastry at the bottom, cold custard, and icing at the top. So there you go. Right, let's get back to the trial. We're about 2 minutes behind now. Here we go. I got it as a gift today. The dessert was a gift today. I only had the pasty for dinner, so and coleslaw. So
And your father
I forgive
footed
myself.
the bill for everybody.
Maybe not for the Davises so much, but our family, of course, yes. He took care of us. He most definitely bought their dinner a good bit.
Your father was a generous person, wasn't
Yes, sir.
he? Happy when he had plenty of cash on hand.
That was when he was happy.
And he had plenty of money to spend, right?
Yes, sir.
Except that this money came from the investors. Isn't that true? Do you know anything about that?
I don't.
Was there a time when anybody invested in their business? Do you know?
Not that I can completely remember now.
Okay. Okay. On February the 6th, when your father collapsed, you were in school, right?
Yes, sir.
When you returned home, who was at that location?
I know my mom was there. I can't remember if what's her name? The Hamiltons were there, and I think Thomas was there.
Okay.
Thomas was there.
Did your mother appear to be concerned about your father?
Of course.
And in fact, she went into the vehicle that took him to the hospital, right? Leaving you and your sister with the Treadways, right? When your father went to the hospital that day.
Yes. Yes, sir.
Okay. And she was holding his hand as they were leaving, right?
Yes. Crying.
Crying.
Yes.
After your father's death, what was your mother like?
I feel like she was very strong.
She still did her
For
did her
taking
business.
care. For
She
taking
still did her business. True.
Yes, sir.
Was she brokenhearted because of the death of her husband?
Very. We all were.
If I may have a second, Your Honor.
Certainly.
These are all the questions I have of this witness, Your Honor. Thank
All
you.
right, cross-examination, Ms. Akert.
I just have a couple questions for you.
Go ahead.
That works.
In your lifetime, did you ever see your mom give your dad medication? Not Motrin or anything like that?
No, no.
Okay. And you testified that he injected what you called his anabolics, right?
Yes,
Did you ever watch him do that?
when I was little.
And if there was testimony here today that he was taking what you're referring to as anabolics orally, would you call that false?
No, he had droppers too.
Okay. Did your parents share finances when your dad was around?
I object to the form of the question. The word share is very.
Perhaps you could rephrase, Ms. Akron.
Trying to figure out how to rephrase, Your Honor.
Okay.
Are you aware if they spent money out of the same accounts?
Yeah.
Okay.
Or I'm sure that he just bought it for, used his own money.
Would it surprise you to know that both of their names were on a number of accounts?
Could you repeat that again?
Would it surprise you to know that both of their names were on several different bank accounts?
No, not really.
That's all the questions I have, Your Honor.
All right. Redirect Mr. Victor.
I do not have a redirect examination, Your Honor.
Very well. Any reason to hold this young man?
With the admonitions of the appearance on the camera and whatnot.
All right.
I do not. He can be excused.
All right. Let me explain to you. I have made certain that your face is not shown on camera or on screen. You can step down and you are released. However, if you choose to sit in the courtroom, your face will probably be portrayed on camera. And I'm just giving you that admonition that you can do as you will and as you wish. But you may step down now and you are excused.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
And Your Honor, may we approach the bench?
Certainly.
I know they got one expert, but I think the problem is the expert can't be here till Monday. So one of the attorneys can't be there today. He's ill. So this must be Europe then. This must be Europe. That's UK. And that is the American one's very flimsy, isn't it? 2 fingers. Very flimsy. The UK one is robust, 3 fingers. Do you know what I mean? I hope he doesn't decide to stay in court. I need to practice. I need to put something in here. When I want to plug, I can't freaking find one. I don't want to just come to America. Life is simple. What do you mean simple? I have to buy one of these because of America. Because of you guys, I have to fucking buy adapters. Oh, look, and underneath it. Underneath is USB. Oh, happy days. That's good. I think it's 2. Ah, that's good. That's good. Ah, okay. You're forgiven. There's 4 of the bastards. 2 big ones, 2 small ones. 2 big holes, 2 small holes, as I say. Hey? So I could plug that in, 1 plug there, and then USBs at the bottom. Yeah, European ones are the bottom ones. The 2-prong ones. Oh, the attorney's back. What the Vietnamese then? Which plug? I wonder which plug the Vietnam use. And things my UK guests had to get them when they came. Yeah, that's why I bought this. I got this, and I might get another one as a spare as well. Do you know what I mean? Asian plugs, for fuck's sakes. Hack. Do you know what I mean? Fuck's sakes. Right. Where did she go? Vietnam. Let's have a look here then. Vietnam. Good morning. Vietnam plugs.
Members of the jury, I have good news and bad news, I suppose. And I don't know how you'll take this. In any trial, you have scheduling difficulties, especially when you have.
I got the reason I need two is Denise Bob Bev is because I have my phone charger, I have a laptop, I got my vlogging camera, I've got I forget I forget what it is now. I'll need it if I have to use the mic potentially. I shouldn't have to with it. And when I plug, so when I do my laptop, I also got my potentially my mouse and keyboard. No, I probably won't bring keyboard. I don't need to charge. Yeah, well, actually, I would need to charge my headphones. You're right. My batteries for my vlogging camera. That's another thing I need to do. What else is there? There's probably more stuff. I got 2 batteries as well. I would need to do every day. My vlogging, so my vlog, 2 camera. If I'm streaming, I would need 1, 2 plugs. So, because I haven't got like these for, well, I suppose I could use that for the mouse. But anyway, yeah, 2 or 3 better. Yeah, I'll be having 2 or 3. It's fine. And I might bring out an extension lead as well. Right, let's see what he says.
Expert witnesses, because experts are extremely busy, and we do everything that we can to accommodate their schedules. And I ask you, certainly do not take this out on them, because they do the best they can, and we do the best we can in terms of scheduling. The situation is such that the defense has no further witnesses to present right now. So we can come back tomorrow. The expert witnesses lined up for the defense, and we have 2 or perhaps 3 of them are not available until Monday. And rather than to piecemeal this thing and have you come in tomorrow and maybe hear a little bit of testimony and then come back and start again on Monday, I'm going to give you the day off tomorrow. We won't work tomorrow. And you should anticipate that we will have a full day on Monday, certainly with experts and maybe with other testimony as well. Now, the good news is we're winding down this case. You can see that we're making progress, and I think that I can tell you with some affirmation that we'll be finished Tuesday or Wednesday of next week. So this is not going to drag on for 4 weeks or longer, as we thought at the outset. We're cutting down and streamlining the process so that we can get this to you and get this case resolved as soon as possible. But the upshot of the matter is we don't have anything further to present to you today. So you'll get to go home and watch Jennifer Hudson or Dr. Phil on TV this afternoon. And you don't have to come back tomorrow. with the understanding that you'll be here Monday and Tuesday and perhaps Wednesday of next week. This is a very dangerous time, and you see how much effort we've put into this case, and the attorneys have all worked very hard, and we have done everything possible to get this case ready for you. Please do not endanger the process by talking to folks over the weekend. Maybe some of you will go back to work tomorrow and your coworkers will attack you. They'll want to know what's going on. People have been watching this on TV. They've been seeing it on the news and reading about it in the newspaper. And so they will come up to you and they'll want to find out the juicy details of the case, and they'll want inside information. Please refrain from talking to these folks and with your relatives and with your friends who will all accost you and want to know about the case. And you can certainly put the blame on me. You can tell them that I'm a hateful old judge and that you're afraid of what I might do, and that I have warned you and threatened you, and that you just can't take the chance of going to jail. You don't have to worry necessarily about going to jail, but you can say that if you wish, to get people off your back so that you don't have to put up with folks hounding you for information. Please do not read anything online. Don't do any research. Refrain from talking to anyone, receiving any information of any kind, so that when you come back Monday, we'll have things lined out for you, and we can proceed. I don't anticipate that next week we'll have any difficulties. I think we can have the process flow better than it has, and we can present the case to you until its finality. Okay? Nobody's throwing tomatoes at me, so I'm happy with that. And again, I'm sorry we couldn't get more accomplished today and tomorrow, but that's just the way it is. And I ask you not to hold it against me, and certainly not against the attorneys, because we're doing the very best that we can. All right. With that, ladies and gentlemen, I'll let you go. I'll have a treat for you on Monday. I haven't decided what it is, so it'll be a surprise. And that will encourage you to come back. You'll have to find out what it is. So plan on being here at 9 o'clock. The case is not over, obviously. We have much more to hear and see. So come back Monday, be in your jury room a little bit before 9, and we'll try to start promptly, and we will work through hard and get this matter concluded. Okay? All right. I'm glad to see smiling faces. Very well. You can go with the bailiff now and have a wonderful weekend. All right. I think we're all disappointed that we can't go farther today and tomorrow, but it is what it is, and we have to live with the schedule that we have. Is there anything further that we need to place on the record or discuss before we close out until Monday?
That's from the state, Your Honor. Thank you.
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you all very much, and have a good weekend. Court is in recess.
Okay, so that's done. Right, my plan tomorrow, do a short stream tomorrow. Let's do a short stream tomorrow. I'm not going to do a long stream. We'll have Happy Days stream tomorrow from 9 o'clock Eastern. Let me take this one down. And what I might do tomorrow is a short, like hour and a half, 2 hour stream. And I will do it. Let's just do a little bit on Karen Reid, shall we? I've not covered Karen for ages now. Let's do a little bit on Karen Reid, just in general, especially after today's news. So we got, I'll have a look at what Aidan has to say and Ted Daniels as well. And we'll go through some of that tomorrow because I have not covered it for ages now. I try to keep away from everything, try to keep away from the drama and everything. But I think it's time just to get back on the horse a little bit so we can join Robin G as she travels through the Glen. And I'll do a lot more than Karen Reid as we build up to it. But yeah, let's touch base tomorrow with a little bit of Karen and see what the fuck's going on. So yeah, I won't have a plan for it. It's just more of a discussion, and then just general, and then yeah, take it from there. I want to do more. I want to do more coverage on Karen Reid about like some of the witnesses and stuff like that. But like people like Lucky and things of whether Lucky should testify again and stuff like that, you know. So, but that's for another day. But yeah, we'll see you tomorrow. We'll have a short one tomorrow. Now, pre-warning, asterisk is we got a storm coming tomorrow. So if the weather's fine, there are already been plans for flights to be cancelled and stuff like that in the UK. So hopefully everything will be fine. But it should be fine. So, right, love you all. Thank you, Sue. Thank you, everybody. Take care of yourselves. I'll end the stream there. Back tomorrow for a short Karen Reid stream, and then Monday we'll be back properly. I probably won't do one Saturday. Depends on the weather. So, see you all tomorrow, 9 o'clock as usual. Take care. Peace out. Thank you, everybody. Bye-bye.